roll.
Jimenez,
Present.
Perales,
Here.
Yep,
Present.
Carrasco,
Present.
Davis,
Here.
Esparza,
Here.
Foley,
Here.
Camus,
Here.
Jones,
Present.
Liccardo.
Present.
Thank you.
Okay, where we left off, we still have 3 items left on the consent agenda. And I believe Councilmember Esparza wanted to pull item 2.24, which relates to the appointments to the commission for charter review. Councilmember Esparza?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I had wanted to pull that and move to bifurcate the motion to separate the council member Diep appointment from the other appointments. There's been some discussion and wanted to give a chance for council member Diep to also discuss that. And so I would move to bifurcate the two.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion to bifurcate the selection. And does anyone want to be heard on that specific issue? I'm not sure I understand the rationale for bifurcating. Could you explain further, Councilmember?
Sure. So Councilmember Diep is a sitting council member and will be voting on himself to serve on a commission. I think it's a highly unusual move that deserves some discussion on this topic. I know that we've received some letters, but actually I raised this, I believe, last week, before we had received any letters, just to separate the two, to allow Councilmember Diep for a potential recusal or certainly a discussion at minimum around the appointment, and would love to hear your thoughts as well in appointing an outgoing council member on a body, a community-based body that was designed to really be an independent commission to study this process.
Okay. Councilmember Perales?
Sorry. Yeah, are we going to take comment on this now? I know you wanted to bifurcate it. Councilmember Esparza, did you want to take up, I guess, the vote first on everyone except for Councilmember Diep, and then we'll take discussion on that? I don't know if that was the direction, but I'd like to obviously add some comments on this as well.
Yeah, and I don't know if we have any raised hands or if the public wants to speak. Mayor, I'm not sure how best to, that's probably the best to handle that. Yeah.
Why don't we do this first? Nora, just to make sure I understand, I'm not violating the Robert's rules or the proper approach. Do we need a motion to bifurcate? Do we need to vote on that motion? Or can Councilmember Esparza simply make the motion on the remaining appointees without a motion to bifurcate?
She can, excuse me. Thank you for the question. She can set up her motion the way she wants to set it up.
Okay.
I don't believe that it needs a bifurcation.
Okay. So do you want to simply make a motion, Councilmember Esparza, to approve all the other appointees? And then we can consider Councilmember Diep subsequently.
Okay. So I make a motion to approve the appointees, all of the other 22 appointees.
I'll second that.
Okay. On that motion only, and that's as to the other 22 appointees, going to the public now to ask anyone who would like to speak specifically as to the other 22 appointees. Mr. Beekman?
Hi, thank you. Yeah, I wanted to speak to the other 22 appointees, but is there a way for the public to also speak on the question of Councilperson Diep. Also, shouldn't that be a part of
Yes,
the process?
when,
Okay.
when there's a motion. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, so
Okay.
for myself, I wanted to speak on the regular appointee process itself, and I just would like to thank yourselves for this item and for creating this overall chartered process. I feel Councilperson Esparza seems to have a really good understanding of how this process can work towards both a strong mayor and a strong city council community representation process, which I feel needs to be considered as important. As it has been a good tradition for about every 30 years now in San Jose, that they know how to look for and see the good ideas of a strong city council process and its representational process. And I'd just like to thank Councilperson Esparza's work in understanding the history of this process of how that can work, and the really good examples that come out of it each time there is these meetings. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, on the motion from Councilmember Esparza, let's vote.
Jimenez. Jimenez. I'll come back. Peralez.
Aye.
Yep.
Aye.
Crosco.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Esparza.
Yes.
Foley.
Aye.
Camus.
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Licardo.
Aye.
Coming back to Jimenez. Marking absent.
Okay, return to the council. Is there a comment, question, motion?
Motion to approve Councilmember Diep.
Okay, motion from Councilmember Camus
Second.
and a second from Councilmember Davis. Okay, we will, on that motion, let's go to public comment and then we'll come back to the council. Jeffrey Buchanan.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Appreciate the opportunity to share on behalf of Working Partnerships USA and a number of organizations, South Bay Liver Council, Asian Law Alliance, Sacred Heart Community Services, Latinos Unite for New America, the Affordable Housing Network of Santa Clara County. Earlier, we shared a letter with you addressing a number of concerns around this process. Certainly, the seating of this Charter Review Commission, hopefully an independent body that's going to be making really consequential decisions about how we're governed as a city, who has a voice in what decisions within our city. Really important. I think that it's a process that's done with integrity and reflecting the best interests of the people of San Jose. In the letter, I think hopefully folks have read, raised some concerns just about while the public was told that the process would play out over certain deadlines, that it seems a number of appointments were made after deadlines. I think we had questions based on the city attorney's comments during the September discussion of the creation or the passage of the resolution creating this body, that if those Brown Acts from the Strong Mayor conversations over the summer held, how on a Friday afternoon, well past the deadline, Councilmember Diep could be making an application into the system and be appointed on that same day. It did appear that there could be some potential Brown Act or even city sunshine policy violations within that appointment. Additionally, there was a coalition of organizations that had raised earlier in the year the questions about whether it was appropriate for an outgoing council member to make appointments. I think those same questions from the public hold from whether an outgoing council member should be appointed to such a commission, particularly given his role in the debate that created this. And so we would encourage a recusal for this decision here and believe that we should be looking at labor, other diversity that we should be looking at this commission with this appointment. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Veronica, welcome.
Great, thank you so much. And I'm also here to raise some concerns about this appointment. I think there is so much potential out there in the community. There's a lot of people that applied, that have skills, expertise, and that our voices are not being represented in this committee. And I would really hope that you mayor, look beyond just holding into that power that you really are seeking for. I hope that you reconsider that. And not only that, let's look back at, the controversials that Mr. Deep was in. He was in hot waters just recently as well. And I don't know that it's going to reflect that charter review. And so I really want everybody to consider that. I also want you to, especially you, Mayor, to consider about the voices that you are uplifting, right? You often talk about diversity, you often talk about uplifting and inclusion. However, you're still having the same people in power. How does that reflect our community? And how does that reflect that diversity that you speak on, that inclusion that you speak on, right? You have so many people out there that have applied, and then this, Councilmember Landy decided to apply it on after the deadline. I apply at the due time. I follow everything. How come there's an exception for him? Is it just because he's a council member? Or is there more to that? Right? So I really appreciate and would hope that you look into your community, into the people that have applied, that are ready to take these leadership roles and to really be that inclusive, to be that diversity that you're seeking it from San Jose, and really include those voices. Thank you. And thank you to the rest of the council members that did actually look for that.
Mayor, you're on mute.
I'm sorry, Mr. Beekman.
Hi, thank you. For as much as I talk at public comments, I do actually try to offer in my slim knowledge a degree of neutrality and how I talk about subject matter. And, I'm a bit nervous to talk about this issue as much as it's important it is to me, but I figured I'll try to contribute in some way to this issue that I think Councilperson Diep, he has a certain balance that was actually appreciated by all sides in trying to figure out this process back in July and I guess in late June. And but with that said, he does have a tendency to want to vote towards what I feel are, the big business side of the strong mayor things that I think need to be very seriously questioned. And so I very much question, he can have a certain neutrality on the board that could be interesting, but I question, I just question the overall, use of a big business on a strong mayor, in a strong mayor system. And so, those are my feelings. And so I worried about the selection of him. I understand the idea of balance for a board that you may be looking for, but yeah, I just have to be perfectly clear. I think this is a time to really work towards, again, the ideas of, a strong council process and how to address the power of a city manager and how to bring that back to the elected officials. That should be what the conversation and the charter process should be about, not how the mayor can garner a streamlined system of big business power. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, returning to the council, Councilmember Perales.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And, I think unfortunately it goes without saying that the optics here are pretty bad in and of themselves. But, for me, appointing people that would be fair and open-minded was really important, specifically for this commission. And Councilmember Diep is the only one on the list of appointees that has a formal document stating his very strong opinion in a memorandum that he authored on June 28th of this year. And obviously not to bring up old wounds, but this is certainly a position that he formed merely 9 days, Mayor, after your memo initiated the conversation that we had earlier around strong mayor provisions. And his memo clearly states his goals and in fact lays out a plan of action, one that was much more strongly directed than your own your own memo, Mayor. And then ultimately, he stated an alternative in his memo that talked about taking incremental steps, but ultimately leading to the direction that he presented in his memo, where he feels we should go. So certainly giving us all the proof that he already has his mind made up. And of all the applicants that came in, the potential appointees, I find it surprising that that Councilmember Diep was one of your selections, and I would highly encourage my colleagues to not approve Councilmember Diep, and encourage you, Mayor, to make a different appointment. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe I'll try to speak to some of the issues that have been raised. First, I think there was a question that was raised in public comment about whether or not there was a Brown Act violation. And Jim Reed on my team spoke to Councilor Diep about whether or not he was willing to serve. And Jim, as he relayed to me, was very careful not to speak to any issues relating to the subject matter of any charter reform specifically. The question was merely whether he was willing to serve. We've talked to city attorney. Our understanding is that is not a violation because the prior Brown Act related to obviously the subject matter itself, not whether or not someone would be on a committee or commission. And Brown Act is obviously bifurcated in ways in which it covers actual subject matter that was identified previously. It doesn't cover all things that could be tangentially related. With the question of, I think a question was raised about Councilmember Diep's independence. And I think it's important to recognize Councilmember Diep is no longer a council member as of January 1st. So he's not going to be beholden to anyone. Certainly isn't, and certainly isn't any more so than anybody who currently sits on this council. So I don't know exactly where that came from, but I heard that in the comments, so I thought I should be responding to it. The question about appointing outgoing council members to serve on commissions or former council members to serve on commissions, you know, it's news to me that that is a concern because our planning commission currently has a former council member. Our general plan task force has always had former council members. In fact, Shirley Lewis co-chaired it several times. Linda Lazat was just approved by this council a few minutes ago, just before the lunch break, to serve on this very commission. And she is, as last I checked, a former council member. So I'm not sure I understand the objection on that basis either. I know there's been a lot of concern about inclusion and diversity. I looked at the list of individuals who had been proposed by the council as I was thinking through it myself. And the selections, the people I select, I'm very proud of, I think are all very bright, active people in our community that have taken leadership positions, includes one person who's Latinx, a woman, and a person who's Vietnamese American. And there is only one Vietnamese American person currently serving in the group of 23. So by my math, that's about 4% of the commission. But I think we know that we have the largest ethnic Vietnamese population of any city outside of Vietnam. More than 10% of our population is Vietnamese American. And so I thought that was one group in particular that was very underrepresented, and having somebody who was bilingual, such as Councilmember Diep, would be helpful in addressing that. But that's not even the main reason why I selected Councilmember Diep. It was because I wanted somebody who had a deep understanding of city processes and institutions, not merely by his experience, but certainly by his experience, but also by his thoughtfulness. And I think we all know that Councilmember Depp has been a very independent thinker in his time on this council. And so I had nothing to do with the memorandum that Councilmember Depp authored. Obviously, he wasn't in my Brown Act. He came to his own conclusions. And as Councilmember Perales noted, his conclusions were somewhat different than my own. I just know he thinks about this stuff a lot because he is a person who obviously with both his experience, his law degree and so forth, thinks a lot about public institutions and how they can better serve our residents. And I know we've all been engaged in conversations with Councilor Depp in that way. I frankly, I don't think there's a principled reason why Councilor Depp should not serve other than someone just doesn't agree with his views. And of course, there's lots of reasons why any of us could say that we don't agree with the views of other people on the commission, but that's not the point here. The point is we put a commission together of people with a wide variety of views. And I don't understand why he can't be open-minded and fair any more than the rest of us as council members can't be open-minded and fair just because we've expressed opinions on a subject. Strong opinions were articulated, I'm sure, before by Councilor Depp, and I'm guessing other members of this commission. Some who I know have been in leadership positions in their organizations, have taken very strong positions in front of this council, and quite likely took strong positions on these very issues previously. I know Linda Lazat pretty well. I know she probably takes strong positions. Professor Garrick Percival, I believe, has expressed his views in op-eds in the Mercury News. So if the reason is you don't want to take somebody who's already got an opinion, okay, but I'm not sure we want a commission full of people who don't take strong opinions. I think we want people who are deeply engaged in this. And as far as I could tell, Councilor Depp was deeply engaged. Yes, I have a good idea what his views are because he's publicly expressed them. But by no means should that disqualify him for appointment of a commission. If that was the case, we'd have a difficult time finding qualified people for any commission. So I appreciate the concerns that have been raised, but I think we need to focus on what principled reasons there might be why a person should not serve and not the political. Councilmember Diep?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I guess I just want to say that I'm diverse enough, I'm independent enough, and gosh darn it, people like me. So I think that I am qualified for this. I want to remind the council that like this on this commission and every other commission, it is ultimately the council that takes the vote that makes the decision. So in terms of power level, power structure, or influence or whatnot, my understanding is this commission, will draft a report per council report, per council direction, per Councilmember Esparza's amendment to the motion. I believe there's going to be a minority report. So there's going to be discussion, studying, and there will be, the majority who will say we want or do not want a strong mayor, or to move the 6-year term, 2-year term for the next mayor, et cetera, et cetera. And there will be a minority report that says, well, we disagree and here's why. And that will be put forth into the public, and the council will ultimately decide what to do, what to put before the voters in terms of charter amendment. So to be very clear, there's no power grab, quote unquote, here, which I think was alluded to. As for me, I am an elected official for the next 2 or 3 weeks, 2 weeks. And when I return to my most important office, and that is the office, the role of citizen, I hope to continue being engaged. And, this is something that I was invited to do. And so I said, let's do it. For me personally, the arc of my life, I didn't grow up seeking to be a council member. My parents, my mother, told me at a young age that I was living in exile. When the Berlin Wall fell in '89, there was a belief in my household that China was next, Vietnam was next, communism was going to fall worldwide. And one day, as an adult, I'd have to come back to Vietnam and help serve in a constitutional convention to help bring freedom and democracy to Vietnam. So my task was to learn about democracy and learn about, freedoms and constitution and parliamentary systems, and help bring that back to my ancestral homeland. And so that's kind of why I think a lot about processes, and I think a lot about balances of power and government structures and such. And while I'll probably never get to sit on a constitutional convention amending something like that for Vietnam, I look forward to and hope to have the council's approval to do the equivalent of that for the city of San Jose, which is the Charter Review Commission, and help put forth suggestions that for the council's consideration. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Esparza?
Thank you. I just would like to thank Councilmember Diep for his graciousness. This is certainly awkward, and it's really more of the principle and the perception of the public. And that was why I had reached out last week to bifurcate it, and with the hope to bifurcate it. I also wanted to correct the record on this. Christina Johnson, the District 2 appointee, is also Vietnamese. So I wanted to point that out for folks that are following this and looking at representation. So I did want to point that out. So I guess I'll just ask a simple question. I mean, I would, having some more time on this, I'm not looking to derail this. I stated very publicly back in July that my hope would be that this commission would be independent, that I did not want to, and I actually didn't feel that any of us as council members should interfere with the process. I actually nominated, I had a number of fantastic applicants, and I nominated a couple of people that I thought were thoughtful and open-minded, and would put what was best for the city first. And so with that, I wanted to ask Councilmember Diep if you would recuse yourself from this vote, just for appearance's sake.
I'm open to it, except independent person that I am, the fact that it's become such a kerfluffle, I'm almost seeking to push back, because to the extent that there is any appearance of impropriety or actual impropriety, I'm happy to avoid that, except that I don't believe that there is. You and I, Councilmember Esparza and Councilmember Perales, currently serve on ABAG. I've never recused myself to appointing myself to ABAG. I don't recall if any of you have either. I assume not, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's typical for us in the beginning of the year, after we get our assignments, to appoint ourselves to, VTA, ABAG, Caltrain, et cetera, et cetera. So this is not, I think, uncommon, although maybe it happens once at the start of every 2-year term or something. So it's not every week, but we do it. So I don't feel it's inappropriate. Nora, could you weigh in for me so I'm just not offering my opinion?
Sorry, thank you. Thanks for the question. We have previously indicated in response to questions about whether or not there's a conflict, that there's not a legal conflict, and the decision to vote or not to vote is up to you, council member, but there's not a legal conflict.
Well, Nora, can I jump in there for just a moment? Because
Mhm.
Rick was very clear with us. I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, it was one of his very last meetings, it might have been the final meeting, where recusal was sought. And Rick said that the charter was clear that we must vote unless there is a legal basis for recusal. Is that changed?
Actually not. There's, and that's a good point, Mayor. If council members are present, they are supposed to vote. And there's always the appearance of conflict issue, but we have determined that there isn't a conflict on this particular vote. And so I that's a point well taken in terms of a recusal.
Thank you, Nora. I think that this is an important process for the community. Not only was it vigorously debated in June and July, but it's something that every resident in the city is going to have a lot of a huge stake in. And again, it's my hope that this is a truly independent, open-minded body that is able to do real work in the course of the schedule of the commission. And I think that we need to consider the public confidence in the work of this commission. So I would again appeal to my colleagues to defer this and reconsider. Please note, it's not, it's just about the public confidence moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Croscom?
Councilmember Esparza, so were you making a motion to defer this?
I did not.
There's a motion on the floor.
There's
What motion is that?
Councilmember Camus motioned and I seconded to approve Councilmember Diep as a member of that commission.
Well, thank you so much, and I appreciate this this conversation. You know, this was a contentious item when it came up months ago, and as a result, we thought that this was a better way to go about doing it and engaging the community. And Councilmember Diep, I appreciate your interest in serving. As you can imagine, there is a lot of opinion and conflict from different folks in terms of your role now on this commission. Let me express what my concerns are. My concerns are that there would be hope if you were to serve on this commission, that you come in with a lot of weight because of your current role, which will be now your former role, and whether we like it or not, whether the voters have spoken or not, you nonetheless carry that kind of weight. And so I would hope that you would tread in those waters knowingly that you have that kind of perceived authority, and that you use it wisely, and that you listen to the other commissioners, because I envision already where this vote is going to go. And I'm not happy about it. Not that my emotions carry any weight today. And so I also understand that in our, colleague to colleague relationship here, much of what I have had to say has not carried a lot of weight in the way that you've made your decisions in your votes. And it's unfortunate because even a year later, as the world has dramatically changed, your votes have changed. And it hasn't been because I've made an argument on similar things that now you weighed in on. It hasn't been because I have brought in facts regarding the residents of my district, which by the way are your residents, as we make decisions for the entire city, but it's because the whole world has now weighed in. And so I say this because sometimes we all get clouded because of our own perceptions of things in the way that we see the world. And I get that. I do too. I understand. But these are very important matters. These are very important issues. And my hopes is that as this commission gets formed and the culture of the commission gets established and those dynamics get established, that your voice doesn't become so overbearing that you don't listen to some of those other voices that are going to be coming in. And so I will be one of those that maybe won't be directly participating, but we'll make sure that there's a lot of eyes on that commission. And so I'm just, it's just unfortunate that the optics doesn't seem to dissuade some of the arguments here. I will make a motion. I'll make a substitute motion. I don't think that it's going to pass, but I want to go on record. And my substitute motion is to delay today's vote so that at the very least, we can try to instill some confidence on those who are watching us. And at the very least, if we can't seem to get around this issue of a conflict of interest, which to me seems like there would be a conflict of interest. I know that what is legal and what is not sometimes is very different of what is the optics of things. But I will make a motion to delay this vote for at least 3 weeks.
Second.
Okay, motion and second. Councilmember Perales?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just wanted to be able to respond to one of the things that you said, which was in comparison of Councilmember Diep to Professor Percival from San Jose State, who we also just approved as an appointee. And I invite anybody, yourself included, to look back at the 2 op-eds he did this past year. One in, I believe, February and one in June. Both of them focused on the moving of the mayor's race to the presidential cycle. Neither of them got into specifics around his thoughts on the power structure, the form of government that we should have, and certainly nowhere near the direction coming from Councilmember Diep's memo. So they're not comparable at all. Councilmember Diep is the only person that we have nominated now, and obviously we have the commission formed besides this one spot. He's the only one that has a formal and very specific and very strong position on what he feels ultimately the charge that we have asked this commission to look at. And given as well, I think what was just stated from Councilmember Carrasco, in that he also holds some weight, just naturally from obviously coming off being a council member and beginning in this commission. So I think you combine the two of those, and certainly what you have is someone already, again, coming in with their direction firmly in place when we've been asked, or we are asking the commission members to really have some deep thought and conversation around this. I get it that people will have their opinions. We want that. We want a difference of opinion, absolutely. But one of the things I truly wanted was open-minded individuals. I made a point of it to interview individuals that had reached out and expressed an interest to me and looked at and tried to really ensure people would come in with an open mind for the 2 appointees that I had. And looking at the list, I think that we can say certainly we'll have difference of opinions, but we don't have anybody that has a formal stated strong opinion as Councilmember Diep has. I think there's a number of other issues that my colleagues are pointing out, but for me, this is just the most important one. I have nothing personal against Councilmember Diep. I think that he on his own would serve well in a commission, be it this one or others. I also echo the appreciation from my colleagues that he would want to continue his service. But I think what we're looking for in this regard is to be able to have that open-mindedness, at least for myself, and I believe that was what we were going for. I think that we are nearly there. I also think that there were quite a bit of applicants that came in citywide for the different districts that were not appointed, where I would be surprised as to why some of them would not have warranted a selection over Councilmember Diep, given the controversies that we have all spoke about here today with Councilmember Diep's appointment. I'll rest there. I'll be voting, obviously, for the current motion at the table.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Davis?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say I have found Councilmember Diep to be one of the most thoughtful members on council, especially when it comes to the area of process and the form of government. And he spoke already about this. I know him to be a very thoughtful person, and I don't think, that, I guess I just don't think that it matters that he's already laid out his thoughts and feels strongly one way or the other. Like you, Councilmember Perales, I also made a point to really try to appoint people who had an open mind. In one case, one of my appointees expressed a slight preference, but a willingness to get into the details, and in another, no preference whatsoever, and really wanting to learn about, a charter city, kind of even in general, and to get into the weeds. We already know that Councilmember Jepp loves to get into the weeds. And there's more than just one way to have a strong mayor form of government even. And Councilmember Jepp in his memo mentioned a couple of different ways. So I don't think he's married to any one idea. And so that's why I think he would be a great member on this council. I'm not worried. He's not the chair. The mayor didn't appoint him to the chair seat. And as someone who currently sits on the general plan task force, I can assure you, even being a current council member does not hold any weight whatsoever with the other members of that task force. Maybe with some members of the task force, but certainly not with the majority of the task force. And I think Councilmember Foley would wholeheartedly agree with me on that one. So I don't, and that's as a current council member, to say nothing of being a former council member, which is what will be the case by the time this commission meets. So I have no compunctions whatsoever. And in fact, when I saw the appointments being made, I thought, what a perfect commission appointment for Councilmember Jepp, because this is the kind of, these are the kinds of discussions that he loves to have, and that frankly, I have loved to have with Councilmember Jepp on our walks in the past, and just in general about how city government works. So I know that that he will bring those strengths to that commission as a whole. And again, as one person out of 23, it's not, I don't think there's an outsized influence that he could have.
Thank you. Councilmember Carrasco?
Thank you. Hopefully, this will be my last comment. I appreciate the comments, especially from Councilmember Davis. But this tends to be from two allies that have had very rarely ever disagreed on any points ever made. But I'll give you my perspective on this end from a person who has been mansplained continuously over the last 4 years. And so, again, we've had a very nice, friendly relationship when we've joked around, and we've not had any sort of points of contention when it's come to policy, or when I've had to advocate for my residents, for people who have been very vulnerable, people who have been left without jobs, people who have been left in the wake of devastation, people who can't defend themselves, but people who are west of 101, sure. It's been a wonderful relationship between Lon Dieppe and all of the other council members who have constantly voted the same way. And watch, this is going to be the exact same vote as well on my substitute motion. The exact same. I can predict it. I can bet the next salary. So this is the way it's going to go down. I can predict it. There's not going to be any surprises. So I appreciate Councilmember Davis's comments, but you're speaking on points that are of no surprise. So let me just say this. Do you agree as well with the op-ed piece that Councilmember Lon Dieppe wrote regarding the budget document that spoke loud and clear regarding equity, when he called out the Latino council members when we brought up the issue on equity, and when that budget item went down in flames on a split vote? It passed, but it was on a split vote. And yet a year later, everybody's speaking the same language. Why? Not because necessarily we moved you. It was because the world moved you, because it was the right thing to do. But it was the right thing to do a year before that as well. And so again, I hope that when you get on the commission, because I know how this vote is going to go, I hope that when you get on the commission, you're not going to do the same thing that happened here. Yes, your voice will carry weight with many of the council members because you will continue to dialogue and debate in the exact same manner here. But I hope lessons learned that as individuals speak and express themselves and may not be as scholarly as yourself, that you will have an ability to listen and to go in open-minded and not be persuaded in the opposite direction when they don't necessarily approach you in the way that you expect them to approach you, or don't have a Stanford degree or a Stanford title to their name, but still have just as much valuable experience and knowledge and wisdom. And I dare say that maybe their life experience is even worthier than an Ivy League title. And I say that with all due respect for everybody on this tic-tac-toe screen, because we need to be able to hear, listen to, and take into account all of those experiences so that we can make a decision that is representative of an entire city, not just the few. By the way, those that are being left behind are those that still fuel this economy one way or the other. If you think that this city is going to be run just by the elite, there's a big surprise coming. So let's make sure that it's an inclusive city. Let's make sure that it's a welcoming city. Let's make sure that it's a city that we can still be very, very proud of. And this commission is going to play a huge role in that, a huge role in it.
All right, thank you. I need to take exception here on Councilmember Diep's behalf. I know he's quite capable of speaking for himself, but the notion that Councilmember Diep somehow or another elitist is a puzzling one to me. Councilmember Diep is the son of refugees. Councilmember Diep, I know from having talked to him about his life experience, understands deeply personal experience of overcoming extraordinary barriers that many in this city have overcome and endured and still endure, particularly relating to poverty. And if you want evidence of Councilmember Davis and Councilmember Diep disagreeing, I encourage anyone to watch the Rules Committee video from last week, and you'll see 2 and I think maybe even 3 items where there were very sharp disagreements, I know, between Councilmember Davis and Diep, because I was in the middle of those. So the notion that somehow or another there's a monolithic set of thinking going on, that Councilmember Diep is somehow tethered to elitist thinking or ideology is puzzling to me. And, I know Councilmember Diep can defend himself, but, before he came here, he was working as a public interest lawyer for very, very low income Americans who had lost their livelihoods, fishermen who lost their livelihoods in the Gulf disaster. And then I believe he worked on the Obama campaign. So I think the ad hominem approach is never a good one. And I need to stand up because I think it's important that we stand up for others when we feel that they're being attacked personally. With regard to whether or not others have expressed views strongly prior to their service on this, in addition to Professor Percival, who has written 2 op-eds, I think as Councilor Perales noted, and I don't take issue with his views. He has every right to his views, and he's a political science professor. After all, he's going to have strong views. I'd expect that. He's well informed. But they were views specifically about the very issues that this commission is going to be considering. So make no mistake about it. He's on the record. He's very clear about what he wants to do on those issues. And I suspect that if you looked at his writing, or maybe went to his classes or in other public forums, he may have been quite explicit about other issues as well. And by the way, you just approved Barb Marshman to this commission. And I don't believe she's done so recently because she stepped down from her role as the executive editor of the Mercury News some time ago. But I know on prior occasions she has weighed in about some of the issues before this commission and has been very explicit on the record, very publicly. I haven't talked to her about her views, by the way. I just think she's somebody who's pretty sensible, understands government at a very deep level. And so I thought she would serve very well. So I just, I don't really understand this notion that somehow or another someone needs to recuse themselves or that they're not, if they're not a blank slate, a tabula rasa, then they can't serve on a commission because they've expressed strong views or strong opinions. I spent a good part of my career as a prosecutor selecting jurors, and we understood, and every judge understood, that every single juror who took a seat was not coming into that role with a blank slate, no matter how fair and how committed they were to listen to everybody. They still had their own experiences. They still had their own education. They still had their own life. And you bring that with you. And that's just the way it goes. And it's not bad having somebody who understands City Hall as well as Councilmember Dieppe. I also believe, Rick Doyle has been very explicit on this on probably a half dozen occasions in the time that I've served in my 14 years with him, that if there is not a legal basis for a council member to recuse themselves, they must vote. That has been, every time his voice has always been clear. That's always been, and we had a huge drawn out fight on this very issue. I remember back in June, and one of the council members accused him of being somehow or another co-opted by me because he voiced that opinion that I should be able to vote on an item that I may have some interest on. And of course, as council members, we all vote on our own assignments every 2 years. And nobody ever seeks to have all of us be recused. Of course, that'd be ridiculous. No one would actually get anything done. So the point of this is that we be public and transparent. And if there's not a principled reason why Councilmember Dieppe cannot serve, if it's just about politics, just because you object to his views, that's fine. But let's be honest about the basis, rather than resorting to ad hominem attacks, rather than deciding that because he has different views than someone else, and therefore he's not worthy of service. We're going to have a lot of different views on this commission, as it should be. We're a big, complex, diverse city. And speaking of diversity, let me apologize for my very clumsy and false assumption of the racial identity of one of the commission members, Ms. Johnson. And I appreciate you pointing that out, Councilmember Esparza. That was a terrible thing that I did. I just assumed, based on the last name, that I knew the racial identity. Of course, we know we live in a much more diverse city than that, and I should have never made that mistake. But I should also point out that even with Ms. Johnson, assuming that those are, and this is just an assumption, those are the only two Vietnamese American members, were those two that I made reference to earlier, that is Ms. Johnson and the other individual I believe was selected by Councilor Dieppe, then the Vietnamese American community would still be underrepresented proportionate to their population. And so again, this is important, and all these things need to be considered. Councilor Dieppe.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I mean, I'll just assure the council that I will proceed with an open mind. And of course, I have my opinions. I'm not going to apologize for having viewpoints, because having put in some thought to it, and I will share those viewpoints. But they're not set in stone; they evolve. And I think if you look back at my time on the council, I would challenge any of you to think about a moment when I was trying to grab the steering wheel and try to drive the agenda on this council. At least for the first 2 years, my whole thing was, let's debate, let's discuss. And I would raise my hand and I would press the button and I would frame an issue and then invite my council colleagues' opinions. And then I realized it would go to somebody else and they would say what they wanted to say. And the issues that I framed didn't really get discussed. So I've, maybe to a fault, tried to be thoughtful and process oriented. And I don't believe that sharing my opinion as a man simply equates to mansplaining in every single case. But I think that I can be open-minded. I have been open-minded. And I, again, challenge any of you to point to any particular item where I've tried to make this about me or force my agenda. I've been here to call balls and strikes and listen to what is on our agenda every week and be thoughtful about the items before me. I've very rarely tried to shape something where this is something that it's important to me and I'm forcing it through council by sheer will. So and I don't take myself seriously in the sense of, oh, I'm a council member. I may be a council member, but I'm also the only council member on this dais that has gone through the dignity of perhaps sometimes changing my name to make it sound better and easier to pronounce for folks, and still constantly gets their name mispronounced out in the community, even as a council member. So I understand that. I have worked with migrant communities, poor communities, low income communities, the working poor, and I am insensitive to that. I think that there are different prescriptions at different levels of government. What needs to be done nationally is not what necessarily needs to be done at the state or at certainly the city level. And I understand those distinctions. There's no one size fits all. And what's best for Boston or New York may not be best for San Jose, and what's best for San Jose may not be the gold standard for San Francisco or San Diego. And I put a lot of thought into this. So I'm not going to get you to agree with me on these items, but I do assure you that I will put a lot of thought into it. And at the end of the day, my goal is to build the best city of San Jose possible for all of us. So I'll leave it there.
Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you. I actually haven't resorted to ad hominem attacks. It's actually been for me how the message that we're sending to the public on what has been a very divisive issue, and that we convey something I don't think is I don't think somebody's muted. Thank you. This is about the message that we are sending to our community about a deeply divisive issue that we have embarked on a path to literally bring the city together to do the work that it takes. And I like I've said, I have faith in the commission. I want the commission to do the work. I am not going to insert myself in this process. I think it's important that we give this commission the space to do this work and all that we have tasked them to do. And so that's what it's about for me. And it's interesting that we brought up former council members. This council, we've had some very, very deep divisive debates about appointing former council members, particularly one on the Planning Commission. Linda Lizotte, former council member Lizotte, is also current Director Lizotte on the Water District, and now represents a different part of the city than she did when she was a council member, and also represents another entity. And so that's what it is for Linda Lizotte. But we have not had good experience appointing former council members, or I haven't had a good experience. And that has nothing, in this case, it has nothing to do with Councilmember Depp. It's about the message that we're sending to the city. I also wanted to point out, I know that we've appointed people with vastly different views. We appointed someone to the commission who vigorously defends Donald Trump on social media. Okay, that's fine, but what are your thoughts on this charter review process, right? Are you gonna put the work in to study it and be really thoughtful about what these, the policies that this commission studies? Are you gonna be thoughtful about the impacts and the direction that this sets for the city? And I, lastly, I just want to remind folks that this, and I know my colleagues know this, but I feel the need to say this out loud. This charter review process is not an academic exercise. The neighborhoods in our city are going to be impacted by any changes that we make. And it's an important process, and that we need every neighborhood in the city, east and west, north and south, downtown, to be considered, the impacts to those parts of the city, to the policies that we make. And with that, actually, the last thing I'll say is I do hope Councilmember Diop does have an opportunity to weigh in on a new constitution for Vietnam one day. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Perales, I think you have the final word. I hope you have the final word, because this has gone on a long time.
I agree. I was hoping to have my own final word the last time, but unfortunately, you sparked me wanting to make a response. But I do want to say to Councilmember Diop, I appreciate the statement that you made that your opinions can evolve. Now, as you've heard me, state in regards to, I think you have an extremely strong opinion on this matter that we're asking the commission to investigate. I hope you will be open-minded and maybe be willing to evolve with your opinion, your understanding that you shared earlier this year. So I appreciate you making that comment, because I do believe as well you will be appointed. And I also, the main reason I wanted to respond, Mayor, I think it's fine to also have that difference of opinion on all sorts of things like what we're having right now. What I take offense to is that the comments that you were stating, and maybe you weren't blanketing to try and sort of make it about everybody, but to claim that there's no valid reason, I think is your opinion. And when you state it as the way that you do, that somehow that's fact and that you're right and we're wrong, I think is wrong. And I think it's fine that we may have a difference of opinion. I think it's fine that I may personally feel as though the memorandums and the positions that Councilmember Diep has taken don't warrant him the open-mindedness that I would be looking for somebody to be appointed to this commission. And I think it's fine for you to think differently about that and to say that you're comfortable with somebody having that strong opinion. What I think is wrong is for you to somehow proclaim that is not a valid reason, and that somehow this is strictly political, or this is a personal opinion of some sorts, because it's absolutely not for me. And I do take offense to that, and I would hope that we could sort of move beyond that in some of these arguments, because again, this is not personal for me. I appreciate everything Councilmember Diep has put into his efforts on this council. We have been at odds at a number of things, but I have seen his dedication over the years. Certainly seen the way that he dives into issues. I have nothing personally against Councilmember Diep serving on this commission or others to vouch for the effort or energies he may want to put in. For me, it's strictly this issue around having and wanting a commission that is truly going to be open-minded enough to look at all the nuances and then come out with a recommendation, which is what I believe Councilmember Diep has already done. He's already said his recommendation, but I'll go back to, again, one last time, Councilmember Diep, thank you for stating that you believe your opinion can evolve. I do hope that's the case, at least in regards to being open-minded as you enter this commission. And even though the motion that we are taking may not be a legal action that you could take to recuse yourself on an item, as if you're here, you would have to vote. We all know that it's not uncommon that a council member could step back in the virtual green room as they were, if they wanted to truly remove themselves from a vote. So it's possible that can happen. So it's not that we're asking you to do anything that you legally could not do. But I think you certainly still have that opportunity, as Councilmember Esparza has stated and I think requested, and that's what the motion would be if you're willing to step out for that vote. Thanks.
Okay. So to clarify, and thank you, Councilor Perales, your points are well taken. With regard to what's on the floor right now, this is a motion to defer consideration of this item, presumably until the first week of January. And then there's an underlying motion that we can consider only if this motion does not pass. So I'll be voting against this motion. All right, let's vote on this motion to defer.
Jimenez?
Yeah.
Morales?
Aye.
Yep.
Nay.
Roscoe?
Aye.
Davis?
No.
Esparza?
Yes.
Foley?
No.
Camus?
No.
Jones?
No.
Ricardo?
No.
Thank you. That's 4-6.
Okay, we'll go to the underlying motion, which is a motion of, I believe, Councilmember Camus, seconded by Davis. Is that right? Let's vote on that motion.
Jimenez?
No.
Morales?
No.
Yep.
Aye.
Go. Roscoe?
No.
Davis?
Aye.
Esparza?
No.
Foley?
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
That's 6-4.
Okay. Thank you. Let's move on then to the remainder. I'm sorry, there are two more consent items. I believe the next one that was pulled was item 2. I'm sorry, if somebody wants to help me, I just misplaced the item.
2.28 and 2.0.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much, Councilmember Esparza. 2.28 is the agreement with the Health Trust. Councilmember Peral has indicated he needs to recuse himself from this vote. Would anyone like to make a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Okay, motion
And
second.
If it needs to be stated for the record, I believe it does. It's because my wife works for the Health Trust.
Thank you for doing that. Okay, then public comment on 2.28, agreement with the Health Trust for housing opportunities for persons with AIDS. I see nobody raising their hand. Let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales. Oh, sorry. Yep.
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, 2.30 is the approval of a commendation for Patty O'Malley. And Councilmember Camus, this is an item I know that you sought to have on this agenda, and I want to apologize. But I know there was some discussion about doing this at a time when perhaps the health orders will permit us to do something in person. Did you want to speak on this item?
Yeah, Mayor, I appreciate you allowing me to pull it. Obviously, I'm not going to be here when the health orders have been lifted. And I did want to take this opportunity to thank Patty O'Malley, who has been one of the most generous benefactors to the city and of my district. I've known Patty since I took office and found out that she donated millions of dollars to create soccer fields so that our youth could play soccer in. And I could tell you that, her heart, she's passionate about providing opportunity for children. She also donated millions of dollars to revive some of the exhibits in Happy Hollow Zoo. I could tell you that it's been a pleasure and an honor having Patty as a constituent, somebody who takes her success in business. Obviously, she's a very successful business person, and uses it to the betterment of our community. I'm so proud of her, and I don't know if she's still on the line. I told her I'd be doing this, but she may have. Anyway.
I will make sure that when this is presented, you're present. I'll make sure of that if she's not.
If
not
she
online. Let me.
wants to raise her hand and she wants to say something.
Okay.
I appreciate you letting her. But I just want to take the opportunity to say this, Mayor, as a council member, because I won't be next year. But I also want to thank you, Mayor, for allowing me to do this and while I'm still a council member. Thank you, Patty.
Thank you, Councilmember. I see. She has emerged. Yes. Patty O'Malley, welcome.
I hope I've unmuted this properly.
You have, yes, you've successfully unmuted.
Well, I did stick it out. Thank you, Johnny and Sam, for the acknowledgement. I do appreciate it, and I'll look forward to something in person whenever that might be possible, and I hope Johnny can be around for that.
Thank you. Please have a great day. All right, unless there's any other public comment on this item.
Mayor, I wanted to make a quick comment. This is Sergio.
Yes.
I just wanted to, I've never had the opportunity to meet Miss O'Malley, but I can tell you that although the fields are in District 10, I know thousands upon thousands of residents from District 2, including my own family, has really had a chance to utilize the fields that bear her name for whether it be the Santa Teresa Little League or whether it be South San Jose Youth Soccer or Almaden Football Club. I just wanted to express my gratitude to her on behalf of the residents for everything she's done. And it really is going to be the gift that keeps on giving for many generations. So just wanted to express my gratitude very publicly. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Foley.
Likewise, I remember when San Jose Unified was looking to build soccer fields at Allen at Steinbeck campus in a partnership agreement with the city of San Jose, and we were desperately in need of funds. And Patty O'Malley, our angel, comes along and helps us make sure that that project gets accomplished and that our kids can utilize those fields. But at the time, it was an anonymous donation and she didn't want any publicity. Eventually, we sort of pulled it out of her because we wanted to make sure that we were able to acknowledge and recognize her from at San Jose Unified for the tremendous contribution that she was making. So it's really wonderful that we're able to acknowledge her here while Councilmember Camus is still around in his seat. And I look forward to the formal presentation later. Thank you, Patty, for all you've done for our kids.
A motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. And thanks to all my colleagues for acknowledging her and her support of our community. Let's vote.
Jimenez? Jimenez?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Perales?
Aye.
Diep?
Aye.
Roscoe?
Aye.
Davis?
Aye.
Esparza?
Yes.
Foley?
Aye.
Camus?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Ricardo?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think that means we're really, forgive me. I believe that means we're actually done with consent. So we're moving on to the formal agenda, and item 3.1 is report of city manager. Is there a report, Dave?
Thank you, Mayor. No report today.
Okay. Then we'll move on to item,
Mayor,
yes.
sorry, excuse me, at this point, weren't we going to recognize outgoing council
You know what?
members?
We were, and I thought that given all of this, that perhaps we might want to wait until the dinner break, unless you believed it was
Okay.
imperative now. I thought this was, given the fact that this was pretty involved, that it might be best for us to wait until right after the dinner break when everyone have a chance to take a break.
That's fine.
Okay, so we'll do that. Thank you for reminding me. Item 3.3 is a draft framework. Oh, I'm sorry, that's been deferred. Item 3.4, which will be held concurrently with items 3.5 and 9.1, is a comprehensive annual financial report for the last fiscal year.
Yes.
Welcome.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor, members of the City Council. I have with me Luz Kershpisky-Howe, our Assistant Director, and David Bullock, the Managing Partner at MGO. We have combined all three of these items into one presentation because they're all interlinked, and also we want to make sure that we're expeditious in getting them through your agenda today. I just want to acknowledge that in the virtual audience today, we have members of our finance accounting team that produce various audits and financial statements under a remote work environment due to COVID-19 pandemic. And it's been challenging to say the least, but I want to acknowledge and thank them for the extraordinary effort that they undertook to get this CAFR to you today. I also want to acknowledge Lisa Titano, who is our former Assistant Director, who retired from the city in March, but was supporting us in getting the CAFR done very remotely. She has family that's in Guam, so she was assisting us from
Wow.
halfway around the world and in a time zone that's 18 hours ahead of us. So, it works, and so we're very thankful for her assistance since we had a deputy director resign in September, so she was very instrumental. So as I noted, we have three items that we'll be discussing. So I just, in terms of outlining the enormity of the work, the next slide here just lists, it isn't just the CAFR, the big document, which was attached to the staff report, and you also had hard copies delivered to your office on Friday last week for your own office records. But this is a list of all the other reports that get produced. You know, all of the bond fund financial statements and compliance reports, the deferred compensation plans as example. Clean Energy had its first financial audit done as a new enterprise operation. The Clean Water Financing Authority, the airport, Still in progress is the single audit and the clean energy financials. We're still working on those since it's the first year, it's taking a little bit longer. So those are all posted once they're completed on the city auditor's website, since the city auditor is the person responsible for the engagement with MGO. Also want to point out that we're working with MGO on implementing a new GASB, that's Government Accounting Standards Board pronouncement on leases. It's going to be a big lift for the city with respect to reporting all the leases we enter into across the organization. So they're assisting us in that implementation process. So with that, I'll turn it over to David Bullock.
Hi, thank you, Julia. So what we've got here is just a quick summary of the result of the audit, and that result is included in the financial statements. We're presenting both the city's CAFR, the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, and the successor agency, the Development Agency report. So there's two reports, and they basically have the same format. Management's responsibility is just letting you know that management of the city prepares these financial statements and is responsible for putting the financial statements together. Our responsibility is to provide an opinion on whether or not we believe those financial statements are fairly presented in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. And so those principles are the standards by which the report is both presented on the accounting side and the reporting side. And I'm happy to report to the council that we have an unmodified opinion. And that's what we call a clean opinion, where we believe that these financial statements are fairly stated. And the other matters paragraph just alerts you to other, other areas of the report. This is a very large report. The CAFR is about 300, close to 350 pages, I believe. Not all of 350 pages are audited. There's a introductory section in there and a statistical section that gives you some background information. And that information really is, it's not audited, but it's information to help give you perspective, the 10-year trend information or the transmittal letter from the city. But that information is important, and we look at it for consistency with the report, but we don't express. The other matters paragraph just gives you a little bit of an understanding of the responsibility that we've taken on the financial statements. On the next slide, it's always important to know when things change. Consistency from year to year is important. Julia mentioned that we're assisting on one project. GASB is the body that really establishes generally accepted accounting principles, and they're very busy. They issue a lot of new standards every year, probably 3 to 4 standards a year on average if you look back the last 10 years. And this year they issued GASB 95, and what that did is it postponed all of the standards that were in play so that governments could use their resources to address this pandemic and other issues, and not spend resources on trying to implement new standards. So all governments got a 1-year reprieve on new standards, and so the city elected to take that, accept that offer. But there's going to be 2 GASBs that are going to be pretty significant in the next couple years. GASB 84 has to do with fiduciary activities, and the city has a lot of fiduciary funds. You've got 2 large pension plans that also provide post-employment healthcare benefits. You've got deferred compensation plans, the successor agency, and multiple number of agency funds. So that'll be a very big standard that will be implemented next year, and you'll see the impacts on that as we implement those new standards next year. And then GASB 87 is on the leases. And that's another big standard. And you might think back to when the city implemented the pension standards and the post-employment healthcare benefit standards, the OPEB standards. Those are very significant. They brought in a lot of obligations into the financial statements, those obligations to employees that were really merely disclosures in the past. So those obligations have been brought on the books. Now lease obligations will be brought on the books. And so again, another very significant impact for governments, and the city is going to be spending probably next year trying to prepare themselves for implementing that in the fiscal year 2022 CAFR. And then lastly, there was just a small standard that was implemented this year just because it was a relatively easy standard, at least for a couple of the funds, and it'll be fully implemented next year. And Julia, I'll turn it back to you.
Okay, thank you. So on slide 6, we just kind of outlined the major components of the CAFR. There's the introductory section that includes the transmittal letter, recognition that we received the GFOA award last fiscal year for the 32nd year in a row. Talks about the mayor and council and provides an organizational chart. And then in the financial section, which is the meat of the document, has the independent auditor's opinion, the management discussion and analysis, the basic financial statement, and the notes to the statements. The notes are really the meat of describing what's actually, what the numbers mean in words. And then the required supplementary information, which is unaudited, supplemental information, and then the statistical section, which it usually provides information going back on a 10-year historical perspective. So that's information that's helpful to the public as well. So with that, I'll turn it over to Luz.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Luz Kofresi-Howe, Assistant Director of Finance. The statement of net position on page 7 of the CAFR represents government-wide information on all assets and deferred outflows of resources and all liabilities and deferred inflows of resources. The difference between the two is the net position of the city. Over time, increases or decreases in net position may serve as a useful indicator of whether the city's financial position is improving or deteriorating. The changes in assets for this year were due mainly to additions to capital assets offset by depreciation, including the transfer of the California Theater property from SARA to the city, which is a successor to the redevelopment agency, and capital projects completed by the airport and regional wastewater treatment facility. Also affecting assets were increases in cash and investments from the 2019 general obligation bond proceeds from Measure T and Federal CARES Act monies received to help the city respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. The increase in deferred outflows of resources was related to a change in other post-employment benefits or OPEB obligations of $19.8 million. The change in liabilities was generally due to a total increase of $254.1 million in long-term pension liabilities for both governmental and business type activities and general obligation bonds by $145.9 million. It's important to note that the increases in pension and OPEB liabilities are due to a number of factors, some of which are actuarial assumptions, which are the basis for the calculated expenses, as well as decreased discount rates for the plans. If you're interested in just how this change in discount rate works, there is sensitivity analysis on page 148 of the CAFR that shows exactly how it can change significantly with different rates. As of June 30th, the total net position for the city ended at $3.97 billion, a decrease of $93.9 million or 2.3% as compared to the net position at June 30th, 2019, primarily once again due to the city's net pension and OPEB liabilities. Our next slide provides you a graphic look at revenues and expenses. This is statements and represents the statement of activities, which is on page 9 of the CAFR. This is on a government-wide basis. Compared to fiscal year ending June 30th, 2019, total revenues increased by $384.7 million, about 15.4% year over year, and total expenses increased by $593.9 million or 24.9%. I'll give some highlights on revenues and expenses. I'll move through this briskly because I know we're running a little bit behind time. So total revenue increased primarily due to changes in the following area: increases in operating and capital grants totaling $114.7 million. Approximately $71 million of that money was in CARES Act funding, $43.2 million VTA Measure B pavement maintenance money, and $5.5 million in grants for Fire and Emergency Operations Center, that's the EOC activities. These increases were offset by reductions of $7 million in transit occupancy tax or TOT revenues and $39.3 million in sales of capital assets due to reduced activities in FY 2020. As the Hayes mentioned in Diridon, I always say that wrong, Diridon property sales occurred in FY 2019. Enterprise revenues increased significantly for the wastewater treatment facility, approximately $73.6 million, mostly from $70.9 million and higher contributions from the city of Santa Clara and the tributary agencies. Clean energy revenues grew significantly as well, 234.1 million year over year, reflecting the expansion of electric generation services citywide. As of June 30th, 2020, San Jose Clean Energy serves over 325,000 customers with clean electricity at lower prices at PG&E. Total expenses, again, increased by 593.9 million, primarily due to extraordinary activity in the following categories. General government expenses of 153.8 million, once again due to 76.9 million in COVID-19 response activities, and pension and OPEB expense of 78.2 million. Public safety increased by 103.6 million, an increase in OPEB expense of 83.2 million, and a net increase of 19 million for police and fire personnel services. And last, capital maintenance expenses of 54.1 million were primarily due to pavement, road and street repair and maintenance, with 48.7 million of that maintenance, of the pavement maintenance, funded by the VTA Measure B grant. Move on to the next slide with a general fund comparison. Hang on a second. Okay, general fund comparison can be found on pages 14 and 193 of the CAFR. The difference of 61.5 million fund balance between GAAP and budgetary basis for FY 2020 are comprised of net encumbrances of 56.9 million and an unrealized gain in the fair value of investments of 4.6 million. On pages 14 and 15 of the CAFR, there's a summary of revenues and expenditures again in the general fund. Revenues were 102.9 million higher than FY 2019, again attributed to the CARES Coronavirus Relief Fund monies, netting to an increase of 71 million and an increase in property tax of 38.7 million due to increased evaluations. Expenditures were up 119.1 million from FY 2019 due to 76 million in COVID-19 response efforts, 36.3 million increase in police personnel services. Actually, that was the police department, which reflected a wage increase, which in totaled about 23.5 million and an additional 9.5 million in city council approved programs. On page 127 of the CAFR, we talk about the reserves. It's important to note that although from a county perspective, unassigned amounts are technically available for any purpose, here we have about 79.4 million. That's an unassigned portion of fund balance. The majority is comprised of 40 million that's been earmarked in a contingency reserve, 21 million for the budget stabilization fund, and $15 million for workers' comp liability. Next slide really reiterates what we did for this year. And David has already gone over this in his MGO presentation earlier. GASB 89 and GASB 95 were both put into place this year, this fiscal year. GASB 95 was simply a postponement of the effective dates of certain authoritative guidance. They gave us about a 12 to 18 month delay simply because of the COVID-19 pandemic and the effects of that on staffing and a remote work environment. So they gave us some more time to put all of these into place. So I'll let you look at those for a little bit. And the big one there is going to be, as we mentioned before, the leases. This is going to be a citywide effort. It's going to take us a while, even though it's not going to be in effect for our financials until 2022. We've already started working on that in partnership with MGO. This slide just is the significant number of pending GASB pronouncements to be reviewed and implemented. Details on these are on pages 49 to 52 of the CAFR. I'm going to turn the presentation back to Julia to provide you information on the 2019-2020 SARA financials.
Thank you, Luz. So on slide, what slide is that? On the next slide, we have a statement in the changes of the fiduciary net position for the successor agency. And this is not item 9.1 on the agenda, has the financial statements. So the successor agency, we need to report with them until all of those numbers reach 0 at the bottom. So the additions decreased by approximately 60 million or 24%. And that was namely the result of a reduction in the amount of redevelopment property tax trust fund money we received. And that was primarily due to the fact that the CRAF loans and the parking fund loans that the former agency owed to the city were paid off. Prior year sales transactions, there was no more property sales, so that decreased the revenue coming in. And there was a reduction in grant revenue. We're also a decrease in the deductions. The value of the property, as Luz mentioned earlier, the transfer of the California Theater to the city, and then also a reduction in the payments to the county, which didn't occur in fiscal year 2020 as well. The ending net position was 1.36 billion, or 2.7% improvement from the prior year. So the Saras net position, that negative number, will keep improving as the repayment of the bonds continue through 2035. And at that point, the successor agency will cease to exist. So as David noted with the opinions, there was no findings related to the successor agency. So next, I'm going to turn it back to David to start talking about item 3.8, which is the report to those charged with governance.
Okay, what you have in front of you is a list of the findings that we reported. But before we go there, just to let you know, the report to those charged with governance is really the summary of our audit to you. Earlier, I talked about the audit report that accompanies the financial statements. That lets the reader know that the financial statements have been audited and helps give you an understanding of the level of assurance you can have as a reader. But this report really is addressed to you, to the mayor and city council of the city of San Jose, and your responsibilities as the governing body. And included in this is really a summary of the audit. We've summarized some of the things like scope of services, any of the new standards that might have been implemented. We talk about estimates, and we talk about estimates because we want you to understand that not all of the numbers in the financial statements are based on cash coming in or cash going out, but there's estimates that include actuarial valuations, there's estimates that include management's estimate of how long it might take to receive money from granting agencies or things of that nature. So there's estimates in there, and we wanted to list those out for your knowledge. We're also required to disclose any difficulties we had in the audit or any issues or problems that arose. And I'm happy to report there were no issues other than, the pandemic did create a hardship in terms of just workflow. But the city was very cooperative, and we've always implemented technology into our audit. And so we were able to effectively get through our audits, mostly remote. We did go on site to inspect certain documentation that wasn't available electronically. But all in all, the audit went really well. The very first slide that Julia walked you through was a listing of all the different reports and audits that we do. The city's very large, and with that comes a lot of significant number of reports and responsibilities. So I do have to acknowledge that the city did an excellent job at preparing for the audits and having that information ready. The other item in the report talks about misstatements, and we did have a couple of audit adjustments and corrections that were needed to be made. There's a list of uncorrected misstatements, and it doesn't mean it'll never be corrected. It just mostly is a timing issue, and those corrections will be made in the 2021 financial statements. But some of those adjustments and corrections led to a couple of comments. And so the first two comments that you see on this table really represent comments that we identified during the current year, during fiscal year 2020. And the first one has to do with internal controls over the financial reporting process. And that was where the issues were in terms of fiscal impact on some of the adjustments that were made. And I'll let Julia go through, I think, management's response on how she's going to address that finding. And then the second finding is less severe than a material weakness or significant deficiency. It's what we call a control deficiency. And we saw some maybe deficiencies in collecting revenue information from the departments. As the city is large and the finance department is centralized, but they work with a lot of departments and require input from those departments to make sure they have the proper facts and circumstances. And so we're just making a recommendation on how to improve that specific area. And then the last two relate to last year's findings. And what we typically do is we follow up on prior year comments to make sure they were corrected. And we felt that the issue on internal controls as it related to the Clean Energy Enterprise Fund was corrected. And the single audit is still in process. You know, this year was very significant in terms of federal assistance. The CARES Act produced a lot of programs and a lot of monies going to state and local governments, which the city has been a recipient of. Because it's new and because the U.S. Department of Treasury, which is the department responsible for a portion of the CARES Act, the Coronavirus Relief Fund, hasn't yet put the audit guidance together for us as auditors to go through and evaluate the programs. And so because the Office of Management and Budget is late in getting the guidance out and working with different U.S. departments, we haven't been able to start certain programs. So it's really kind of put us behind the 8 ball, so to speak, in terms of starting the single audit. We'll be starting in January, and we're hoping to finish by the deadline of March 31. But I think the profession and the preparers of single audits are looking for a federal extension because the guidance is so late. Normally it comes out much earlier in the year. And here we are 6 months after year end in middle of December and do not yet have the guidance to complete that work. So we expect that the finding from last year will be corrected. We just can't verify it until we can actually conduct the single audit for 2020. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Julia.
Thank you, David. So with respect to management's response and the way the report is put together, it's a little differently from what you see from an internal, when we have an internal audit with the with Joe's team, is that the management's response is in the body of the report. So the response for this item, finding 2020-01, is on pages 9 through 12. So management agrees with the comment. We continue to struggle with financial reporting turnover in the accounting division with resignations, retirements, and extended leaves, which did contribute negatively to completing the fiscal year 20 audit process. And as our report outlines, that we'll be making some steps towards correcting those deficiencies going forward. On the control deficiency, finding 2020-002, we can also concur with the finding and that we're going to establish a post-close review process to compare significant year-end revenue accruals with remittances and documentation received and adjust the financials as needed. So as David mentioned on the prior year findings and the status, that the issue over internal controls with clean energy was corrected, and the one on the completeness of the schedule of expenditures of the federal award, as David mentioned, we can't really know the status of that until the single audit is completed. So with that, the recommendations before you today are to accept the 3 reports, 3.1, which is the comprehensive annual financial report, 9.1, which is the successor agency audited financial statements, and 3.5, the report to those charged with governance. So with that, we're available to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you, Julia and Luis and David. Thank you all. Let's go to the public to see if they have any questions or comments on the comprehensive annual financial report or the SIR report or the audit. Everyone has 2 minutes to speak. Mr. Bakeman.
Hi, thank you. To offer my overall factoids for such an issue as this, you know, it is, I tried to note before, inflation issues may not be much of a factor next year, and that was from your own Federated Retirement Board, so thank you. To speak to how budget issues can relate to COVID-19 issues, as we are gearing up to consider ideas of rent extension and forgiveness in January 2021 and to expand the initial ideas of AB 3088, and what may be one more summer and one more year of serious COVID-19 worries, it may be time to consider why we have these creative state and federal funding ideas. To again offer, with much considered man-made international beginnings of COVID-19, there should be something of a logic that this is simply not the fault of everyday people, and therefore everyday people should not be held much responsible to the debt burdens of COVID-19. I feel it is from this sort of thinking that assembly persons like David Chu and Ashikawa are tirelessly working towards open creative ideas, how the health, welfare, and economy of a community can be accounted for and taken care of in this difficult time. I myself have tried to describe often this past fall how to simply be open to federal CARES and HEROES Act funding and open to the funding mechanisms being developed at the state level and how to distribute this money to local communities in needs. This can simply help address the resentment, anger, spite, fear, and helplessness COVID-19 can bring and help with the patience needed for all of us to get through the next few years as local communities. I feel these funding mechanisms can also help prepare for upcoming natural disasters in the SF Bay area of the next 5 to 10 years as well. This funding serves an important function to help buoy the economy for the next few years and can work so that tenant apartment owners, small businesses, and their landowners can all be united and protected with the subsidy planning for the next few years. These are the ideas of community harmony so people will not have to sue or hurt each other in an already stressful time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beekman. Returning to the council, are there questions or comments? I just had a couple while folks are thinking of any of their questions. Thank you for the really extensive amount of work, and particularly for those who were kind enough to help us out post-retirement from Guam. It was incredible that Lisa did that. Thank you to Lisa from afar. I wanted to ask first about page 128. I always learn something, and I wish I had the time to read all this more extensively, but I often just go to the sections that seem most interesting to me. One is on the reserve funds that are listed on page 128. And I knew of most of these funds, but a couple actually popped up that I didn't know of, and they have very little money in them anyway, and I'm trying to figure out why we have them. So we have a contingency fund reserve, and we don't have enough money in any of these accounts, of course. We know our reserves are under what they should be for a city our size. But then we have this emergency reserve fund, and my understanding is the contingency reserve by its terms are supposed to meet unexpected circumstances arising from financial or public emergencies. So why do we have a separate emergency reserve fund, especially one with such a small amount of money in it?
I think we'll have to get back to you on that one, Council
Okay.
Mayor.
All right.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah, I know we also have the cash reserve and the general fund budget. Anyway, we can talk about that more offline.
Okay.
Thank you. Maybe it's a question more for Jim if it's a budgetary issue that some requirement he has to deal with. The second, I wanted to say thank you. I think Luce had pointed out that there was on page 148, more generally in the discussion of all the pension and OPEB accounts, that there was some sensitivity analysis done on how the unfunded liability changes when you change discount rates and also with healthcare costs on OPEB. I just want to say thank you for that. I think that is very eye-opening when you really appreciate, and we know all the assumptions we make are going to be wrong on any actuarial effort or any plan, and really knowing just what being wrong means in terms of cost is, I think, very helpful for us as council members to really understand the impact of these funds on our ability just to be able to pay bills and provide services. On that subject, on page 162, there's a discussion of the long-term rate of return on various asset classes. And I think there are two different ones, but that one I think is on Federate, if I'm not mistaken. And the question I had was the numbers of the long-term rate of returns are awfully low. And I'm wondering, is that because we're supposed to be, if they're inflation adjusted, are we supposed to be adding the rate of inflation to that? Or is that really what we think we get? So it's got public equity listed 6.1%, core real estate at 4.3. Is that because if it's a real rate of return, we're supposed to attach the interest rate, and then we're going to get something that more closely resembles our discount rate, which is 6.5?
Yeah, Julie, I can answer that. The answer
thank you.
is yes.
Okay.
They're not adjusted for, or they are adjusted for inflation. So they look kind of low compared to what you would expect for a rate of return on those types of investments, but they are adjusted down because of inflation. So the inflation is a factor in those.
Okay. That's encouraging because I was really worried we're roughly low given what our rate of return assumption is, which is already hard enough to match.
Right.
And then
that portfolio,
I'm sorry.
and just so you know, those are required disclosures to give you an understanding of how the actuary developed the rate of return. And so the rate of return for the OPEB plan is 6.5, and these disclosures help give you some perspective on why it's 6.5 versus, the pension plan has a different portfolio that has different risk classes of investments, and therefore their rate of return is higher than used in the OPEB side. But that's the purpose of that, is to give you some perspective on the rates that are used.
Okay. Thank you for that. And then I know there was a discussion, I can't remember where it was, on the credit ratings given to us by credit agencies. I know this will come up again in the debt report, which I think is the next item, or it's coming up shortly. And, I often see that we summarize what the credit agencies say to us about why our ratings are wherever they are. I'm just curious why we wouldn't want to actually, occasionally I'll see an information memo to the council that'll describe them in greater detail, but why we wouldn't want to sort of cut and paste so we hear directly from the credit agencies what they're looking for. I would imagine as a council that would be informative to us to understand what they're thinking and why.
So is your question, Mayor, why we don't have more detailed quotes from rating agencies?
I mean, when we summarize it, do we actually get everything they say, or is this just a really quick summary?
I think you may be referring to the information. I don't know that we actually, I think we just report the actual rating in the CAFR. We don't give any narrative around it. I think it's in the debt report where you see more narrative.
Okay, so I may be conflating the two.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering, are there opportunities for us as a council to really see exactly what the rating agencies are saying?
Yes and no. So we're looking into that. I know Nick asked Nikolai that question earlier in the week. Some of the credit reports with some of the rating agencies are in front of their firewalls, and some of them are behind the firewalls with respect to you have to have a subscription and pay for the more elaborate rating reports. So we need to do some additional research to find out what we can do to make sure we stay on the right side of copyright, copyright rules. So we'll do some research on that, and we can prepare kind of an info memo to the council on what we can and can't provide based on.
Can I ask, do you get full access to exactly what they're saying?
Well, we get a copy of the report when it's released, yes.
Okay.
But there's a whole bunch, there's usually at the end of it, a big copyright, language in really tiny print about what we can and can't do with it. So that's what we need to kind of work on and understand. And we do have because we have the large investment portfolio that we manage, we do have a subscription to some of the rating reports because we do it for managing the investment portfolio, so we can get them that way as well. So
I see. Okay, well, I'm glad that you get them. That's the most important thing. And I know that none of us would want to read all of them. But I'm guessing if there's an executive summary of some kind that could be made available, I think it would be instructive to us to really understand how they think, because we know how they think affects what happens with these ratings, which also affects the millions and millions of dollars we're paying in interest costs.
Yeah, and there's usually at least a press release that the rating agencies put out before they do, when they put out a big report. So those obviously are public information. So we'll do some research and get back to you about kind of where we are and what kind of information we can provide, given the really tiny copyright language.
Right. Okay, well, thank you.
Mayor Liccardo, excuse me, but Jim Shannon is on and he can address your emergency cash reserve question.
Oh, great. Thanks, Jim.
Hi, Mayor. Yeah, hi, folks. Jim Shannon, City's Budget Director. So I was lurking in the background, just pulling up that page. So the emergency reserve fund is where we're currently capturing the expenses mostly related to FEMA, and so those are mostly offset there. I had a similar question on the cash reserve fund about its usefulness. So we have that as a note for ourselves to kind of go back to see how useful it is to have that fund there still. Since from a practical perspective, we're using the emergency reserve fund and or the general fund. So we'll definitely have that on our list of to-dos to figure out.
Okay, thanks, Jim. All right, Councilor Camus.
Thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate the report. And I'm wondering if, about the remaining data on the lease revenue bonds for our city-run communities, communities serving recreational sports fields, and how much there is left to pay off, and what it would take to pay off the debt.
Okay, so I can answer that question. So the lease revenue, the golf course, all the debt associated with the golf course debt was repaid as part of the financing of the City Hall refunding. So there's no longer any debt on Los Logos or on Rancho. Rancho actually got repaid with cash earlier last year. So those projects are now free and clear to have any type of management agreement, not constrained with a qualified management agreement under tax exempt bonds. With respect to the sports facilities that were financed with GEO bond proceeds, when we did the GEO bond refunding in 2019, we, along with the new money issue for Measure T, we went through a very detailed analysis of the projects that were financed with the original GEO bond proceeds and took out a fair amount of the bonds on a taxable basis for those projects that we thought there was an opportunity for what I like to call monetize, so that we could essentially get out from under the tax exempt restrictions. So most of the sports fields were included in those taxable refundings to provide us an opportunity to enter into agreements that provide us an opportunity to have other people run those facilities for us, not constrained with the qualified management agreement. So we have a list, we can get it updated with respect to which projects are now essentially were refinanced on a taxable basis from tax exempt. But like, for example, we left all the fire stations and libraries in tax exempt mode, but we looked at a lot of the community centers and big park facilities like soccer fields and baseball fields and moved most of those to taxable.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate all your efforts to do that. I would love to get that list when you have that updated. Thank you again. And I'll make a motion if nobody else made a motion yet to accept the reports from item 3.4 and item 3.5.
Second.
And I believe there's one more.
9.1.
9.1.
Sorry, and 9.1. I apologize. I forgot there was
Great.
3.
It's all in there. Okay, great. And the seconder's good at that. All right. Any other comments or questions? All right, let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Aye.
Yep,
Aye.
Crosco,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, we're now on to the comprehensive annual debt report. So Julia's not gone far. We do have a presentation on this item as well.
Yes, we do. And I will also try to be quick. I think Nikolai's going to bring up the slides. As he's doing that, I just want to, first of all, acknowledge Danielle Keneally, who this is her last council meeting. I assume she's watching from home. She has been so instrumental in the city's debt program. And while it's largely a collaborative effort across the organization, it's an effort that really this program couldn't be where it is without her dedication and commitment over the last 20 plus years. And so I just wanted to acknowledge that she really has kept us on our toes, made sure that we're complying with all of the disclosure rules, the regulatory rules, and always kind of pushing us to strive the best that we can in having this multi-billion-dollar debt portfolio. So I just wanted to make sure that I called out and thanked her for that. Again, this product was put together, and we did it. Well, a soft copy was linked to the council agenda. website. A hard copy was delivered to your offices on Friday for your records as well. So since we, for the last 40 weeks, have been working in a virtual world since City Hall closed down, it does remain challenging in a work environment in which we're very collaborative and coordinated and a lot of communication. So quickly, just on the next slide, you know, the debt management program, we do both debt issuance, debt administration, and provide financially advisory services to the organization within the context of the city's debt policy, and there are the policy objectives. On the next slide, you can see the size of our debt portfolio, just under $4 billion at 3.8. This excludes our multifamily housing revenue bonds, which are a large part of the portfolio. The city currently has $842 million outstanding of multifamily housing conduit debt. It doesn't include the liabilities for pension or OPED or any other city's liabilities. The outstanding debt is about $9 million less from last year, mainly the result of scheduled principal payments. So as you can see, the largest piece of debt outstanding for the city is the successor agency at $1.4 billion and the airport at just under $1.2 billion. So on the next slide, just in terms of the debt issuance that was completed in fiscal year 20 was about $600 million. We did the general obligation bonds. We issued some subordinate wastewater notes for the regional wastewater facility and additional commercial paper notes, and then some multifamily housing revenue bonds as well. We expect to do about $1.2 billion in the current fiscal year 21. We already did $130 million of trans. We did the City Hall refunding and the ICE Center financing are completed. We also have multifamily housing revenue bonds and are planning to bring forward to council in the springtime a very large airport refunding as well. On the next slide, we have the city's variable rate debt program. And right now the amount authorized is just about under $600 million. But as you can see, we have quite a bit less than that that's actually outstanding. The biggest lion's share of that is the $300 million for the regional wastewater facility that will ultimately be taken out with long-term debt. So the kind of the advisory work that we provide to the organization that sometimes doesn't result in debt issuance or can have a long tail on it. As you know, you directed us a couple of weeks ago to come back with some pension obligation bond analysis. We work on the capital funding strategy for the regional wastewater facility and are looking at a WIFIA, which is similar to a TIFIA, which is a federal grant loan program that has some applicability for the regional wastewater facility. Renewal of the airport LOC facility for their commercial paper. We finished an RFP for underwriters for the airport refunding and have on the street right now an RFP for municipal advisor for the POB analysis. As I mentioned, a big airport bond refunding coming to you later in the springtime. And then there's a lot of runway work that we have to do on a pre-issuance work for GEO Measure T, the second issuance, and then a lease revenue refunding / new money related to the fire training facility in the central service yard. That will be coming to you probably late spring, early summer. And then looking at our credit ratings on the next slide, these are as of November. So the city continues to maintain our really high GEO bond credit ratings of AA1, AA+, AA+. And then the lease revenue bonds, they're kind of staggered depending on the essentiality of the facilities. City Hall carries a higher rating than, say, for example, the ICE Center from Moody's and Fitch, who create a 2-notch essentiality, whereas S&P does not. We continue to be rated higher than the state of California, and Santa Clara County is rated slightly higher by S&P at AAA. The airport bonds are rated A2, A-, and A. And then the Sarah tax allocation bonds are rated AA, and the subordinate bonds AA-. So on the next slide, we do this as a comparison against the other 10 largest cities in the country. So you can see San Jose down there ranked number 3 in terms of our credit rating compared to the other large cities in the United States. So consider that pretty good place to be, given that some of these other cities and states have much more greater flexibility in terms of raising revenue to meet expenditure demands than we do in California. So on the next slide, looking at the debt plan for fiscal year 22, which is going to create some significant work efforts in fiscal year 21, is looking at our GO bonds, those lease revenue bonds, looking at moderate income and low income housing projects, and the WIFIA loan for the regional wastewater facility. So in summary, we continue to be really highly active in the issuance and administration of the debt program and providing advisory services to the entire organization. It's a dedicated program that protects our financial interests and our credit ratings and the long-term management of debt compliance to minimize any financial penalties, because that failure to comply can result in significant penalties. So it's very important that we keep our eye on the ball with respect to that. So the recommendation is for you to accept the report for fiscal year 20. So with that, we're open to any questions.
Thank you, Julia, and thank you for recognizing Danielle. I know her retirement from the city attorney's office is a huge loss, both for them and for your department and for the whole city, particularly with all the major refundings that you've been involved in, refinancings, the GO bonds, and what you're doing at the airport. I know those are big shoes to fill. We appreciate everything Danielle's done. Let's go to the public now. This is on the annual debt report. Are there any members of the community like to speak? I'm not seeing any blue hands, so we'll go now to the council. Are there any questions or comments? Councilmember Foley?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for this report, Julia. I really appreciate it. I have a question for you specifically regarding the regional wastewater debt and the WIFIA, or however you pronounced it.
Yeah.
What is our obligation under that? Tell me a little bit more about that.
Well, we're still exploring it as an option for the city. So think of it as the state has like their state revolving fund loans. So it's a loan that's backed, that essentially is offered through the federal government, and you apply for it. And it has a very, very low interest rate. So I know Nikolai, so over there, I see him on my screen. He's been helping spearhead some of the work and analysis associated with this. So he can probably give you a quick summary of why we're looking at it as an option to for the regional wastewater facility.
Yeah, and specifically, I'm looking at rate, repayment schedule, things like that versus a traditional, what our other method might be for refunding this debt.
Yeah, okay, Nikolai has all that.
Thank you.
Councilmember, the WIFIA program has several key advantages for utility financing. The key advantage that Julia mentioned is very low interest rate. Some of the other advantages are that they are much more flexible in terms of the repayment, and we can lock into the interest rate as well. So there's a lot of flexibility that comes along with it. Some of the limitations are that there are certain limitations on which expenses get reimbursed, including things like requirements of where steel is purchased from. So there's a lot of analysis that would have to continue to go on with ESD, but the discussion has been looking at keeping this as an option as part of a larger financing program and incorporating that flexibility into documents so that we could have that option available to the city.
So what would be the comparison? Can you give me an idea of what the rate might be, the comparison rate of this process, this loan versus a refunding, which is, I'm assuming, how we would handle the debt that comes due in 2023. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Just to get an idea. I know it's not today. I know it won't be a future rate, but just to get an idea of what it would be today.
We've worked with our municipal advisors on that program to have rates. We have that rate information as of several months ago. We can follow up with more up-to-date rate information for you.
Okay, that would be helpful. And then are the payments, are they what I would call interest only with a balloon payment at the end? Is that how they're structured, or is it amortized schedule? And what is the term?
One of the advantages of this program is the flexibility to structure this a little bit differently than a bond program where we might be amortizing more quickly. We can defer some of that principal. So those are some of the flexible options that we would have.
So are you saying we can pick a payment or structure it where it might benefit us?
Yes.
As far as amortization schedule and repayment?
Exactly. And we would expect it would be a more comprehensive plan around amortizing the more expensive debt, for example, any taxable debt and the like, more quickly. We have also part of our program in the variable rate program right now, which is an extremely low rate through our credit facility, and that's how the program is being funded today.
So you said there's a variable rate, but then you also said there's an option to lock in the rate.
I'm sorry, we have the existing variable rate program.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Fargo that the council's previously approved.
Okay. So this, Julia, this will come back to us to approve when the financing mechanism is in place?
Oh, definitely, definitely. It would be a part of a whole package that would come back to council. We just wanted to give you an illustration of kind of what it happens kind of behind the scenes in terms of what we do in terms of managing the portfolio, looking for the lowest cost of funds, and a lot of work that kind of happens kind of before it even shows up on your desk as an action item on the council agenda. And sometimes this work can happen over many years before you actually see it as an item. So just wanted to let you kind of know that we're always out there thinking about how can we find the least cost of funds for the organization, for our ratepayers and taxpayers.
I appreciate that. And in a prior life, I was a mortgage broker, and we're always looking for the lowest interest rate, and borrowers want bragging rights on the lowest interest rate they can get, which is pretty low right now. So that's where my questions are coming from, relating it to refinancing. I know you call it refunding, but it's the same thing in my mind, versus balloon payment and amortization schedules. Thank you. That answers my question. I appreciate it. And with that, I will move to accept the report.
Second.
Second.
All right, motion, Councilmember Foley. I just want to draw attention that slide number 8, which I think is really important, Julia, the one that shows that we're third highest bond rating in those 10 major cities, and right in front of New York. And of course, of all those cities, we have by far a more thinly staffed city hall. And I'd venture to guess, if we did the calculation per capita, much lower amount of revenue. That is on a adjusted for cost of living basis, then all those cities, I would venture to guess, and that would explain why we're also so thinly staffed. The fact that we're still able to maintain a very high credit rating is a testament to the work that Julia and Nikolai and everybody on the finance team do, as well as everybody in our budget teams. It's not easy, and we appreciate what they do. That being said, let me just raise the one question about ratings, which is the airport debt, which appears to be significantly lower rating. I know we were carrying a lot of debt there from the project that we started back in 2007 or 8, and that is obviously a significant amount of overhang there. But I was under the impression that the airport had been doing so well that our ratings would have improved. Is what you're seeing a reflection of what's happened in the last year since COVID, or is it more of a more historic issue?
Well, whereas prior to COVID, Fitch increased the rating for the airport, and then post-COVID, S&P decreased the rating. So there's a couple of things at play there. So all the rating agencies have a microscope on the airport right now, and we'll be doing a very comprehensive presentation to the rating agencies in advance of coming forward with a very large refunding. So we expect that refunding to be north of $500 million. And so as you can see, we had about $1.2 billion of debt outstanding. So that refunding should hopefully help provide some short-term, medium-term relief for the airport, given the uncertainty surrounding COVID. So we're just now starting to work on that with our financing team participants and anticipate bringing the financing plan to council later in the springtime.
Great, thank you, and good luck on that. Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just going to note, Mayor, that you should be aware that that downgrade was in conjunction with downgrades of many airports, including our neighbor to the north, and that there's already a reduction in debt service built into the existing debt service, even absent the rating. So that's part of the messaging that will come into our rating presentation.
Yeah, I appreciate the whole airline industry is in very, very deep trouble right now, and they're being really held up by federal money. So I appreciate that. This is probably the case for every airport in the country, that they're all going to be hanging on mightily to the ratings. Okay, well, thank you. Let's vote then on the motion.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Aye.
Yep,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, item 3.8 is the COVID-19 paid sick leave ordinance. There's not a presentation. There's a memorandum from, I think, 3 of our colleagues. And I'd ask them if they'd like me to go to the public first, or they'd like to speak. Councilmember Esparza?
The public is fine to do that first. Thank you.
Okay. All right. And I was under the impression that
Mayor, you're going in and out a little bit.
Supplemental memo. Is that? Okay, I'm sorry. Mr. Beekman? We're now on public comment for 3.8 paid sick leave ordinance. Mr. Beekman?
Hi, can you hear me?
I can, yeah.
Great, made it. Okay, thank you. For this item, I just wanted to take the time to thank yourselves for the previous few items and the efforts you're making as a city government at this time. I mean, you're going through your own auditing process. You're doing a lot just to make sure of the safety of ourselves, just the everyday public as a community. Thank you. I know the VTA is they're going through the same efforts right now, and they've gone through a lot to try to figure out their budgeting, how to be budgeting, and how, we can just all feel safe and good. And they're going through a lot of their own auditing issues, and just to break even and just to be in a new level of honesty and how to talk about issues. I think that's the goal. And good luck to yourselves in how to do that, because it is the efforts so we can all be feeling good about ourselves and that we're just in our best space to consider our options and issues. And so I wanted to thank you for that and all of that. And I may be having to go to other city council meetings tonight, so I wanted to say my goodbyes to Councilperson Camus and DEC now, and just thank them for their years of work. And it was quite an experience learning with Councilperson Camus and what is possible, and with accountability with technology. And I wanted to thank him for all his help over the years. And yeah, hopefully, my feelings on the fireworks ordinance. I may not be around for that issue later today, so hopefully I will address that at some point. And just thank you for the year 2000, what we've all tried to work through together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beekman. The person with the phone number ending 9130, welcome.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, thank you. Hi, my name is Ricardo. I'm with the Fight for 15 and a Union campaign. There was originally a worker who was going to give public comment, but she was unable to because she had to go into work right now at 3. So I'm going to read her comment. Good afternoon. My name is Ana Martinez. I have been a McDonald's worker for 15 years and a leader in the Fight for 15 and a Union for a year. I want to thank the city council members for introducing sick pay protections in April, which unfortunately are almost over. I would like everyone to be in accordance and in agreement with council members Esparza, Arenas, and Carrasco on extending benefits for workers who need to take time to recover from illness. Recently, I had to work through a fever, even though I mentioned it to my employer. But since I had no more sick days, I had to work anyways. And behind all the years that I have worked for corporate McDonald's and franchises, I have realized several things. One of them is that workers are exposed to many risks through corporations. Corporations don't give us enough days to heal and in turn cause many of us to work while sick, exposing the public. Paid sick days are needed to protect our families and communities now more than ever. That is why it is so important that we unite behind these council members to continue to protect essential workers like me. Thank you.
Thank you. Luis Auerhahn, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council members. Louise Auerhahn with Working Partnerships. At first, I wanted to thank the Council for your quick action and foresight last April in passing this emergency paid sick leave ordinance. It's helped support a lot of people and families, and it's saved a lot of lives. We've seen there was a robust peer-reviewed study recently in Health Affairs on the effect of the national emergency paid sick leave, which, as we know, only had limited coverage. But even that emergency paid sick leave, they found, has large significant effects on reducing the number of COVID cases in every state where it was implemented. So as bad as this pandemic has been, your actions have helped keep it from getting even worse. But now that ordinance is about to expire just when we're in the middle of the biggest surge that we've yet seen. So I also want to thank council members Esparza, Arenas, and Carrasco for bringing forward this memo to extend emergency paid sick leave. As you may know, cities and counties across California are working on this same issue of making sure that paid sick leave does not vanish in 2 weeks from today. Communities have been networking and working together to make sure that it's extended. We're working with folks in San Mateo, Oakland, San Francisco, Sonoma, and Santa Rosa, all working to pass similar extensions to what you're considering today. A coalition of organizations submitted a letter to this council calling on the council to extend paid sick leave for the duration of the public health crisis. That's in your packet. And that same coalition is doing this work in other cities across the region. So this is really a collective effort, and I want to thank you all for the effort that you're making and urge the council to support the council members' memo. Thank you.
Thank you, Louise. Diana Zamora Marroquin, welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name is Diana Zamora Marroquin. I am the Senior Director of Political Strategy and Operations for the South Bay Labor Council. I'd like to start by thanking the council for your leadership in enacting the emergency paid sick leave ordinance in April. As you have seen, it has proven to be a critical lifeline for many of our families. Emergency paid sick leave empowers workers to stay at home, isolate if they are sick, care for loved ones who are sick, and protect their coworkers, customers, and the entire community from the spread of COVID. No one should have to decide between losing their paycheck or going to work sick during the pandemic, something that could become a reality should workers not have access to paid sick leave. As we know, unfortunately, Congress has not taken any action to extend the federal paid sick leave, but we cannot allow federal dysfunction to drag down our local efforts. We support the Carrasco Esparza Arenas memo and ask the council to stand by its essential workers, protect public health, and extend San Jose's paid sick ordinance leave. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Hedges. Catherine, you appear to be muted right now. Could you please unmute your device? We're not
Hi,
able to hear you yet.
Yeah,
There you
thanks
go.
very much. I'm basically, I second everything the past speakers have said. It's really important to extend this because it's obvious the pandemic is still going on, even though we had no idea it would be this long or this bad when we first passed the ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, thanks to members of the public, and thank you, Councilmember Esparza, when you brought this forward initially. I know with, I believe, I know there were others. I think Councilmember Reyes as well. You indicated you'd like to speak first.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. You know, this year has been an interesting experience for a lot of reasons, but one of the consistent things that we've been reminded over and over again is that the city has often been the last line of defense. The city and the county, our local government has been the last line of defense. And back when Councilmember Carrasco Arenas and myself and you, Mayor, we all came out with sick leave ideas back in March as the orders were, I believe it was actually before the orders, just a couple days before the orders came out. And then Mayor, you came out with the eviction moratorium. I believe it was the first in the state. We all thought this was gonna, you know, probably end by December, and here we are. And so, you know, for those listening in, California announced that the state has purchased thousands of body bags and has 60 refrigerated trucks on standby. Our county announced today that we are down to 8% of ICU beds in our county. 3 local hospitals ran out of room earlier this week and are sending patients elsewhere in the county and also to Alameda and San Mateo counties as needed. The counties are also talking about, they announced today, about opening a regional surge center where every county could send critically ill care patients. So as the city manager's office presented to us last week, we're here. We're in the darkest days of the pandemic where the state and the county are expecting many deaths before the end of this year. And so I just wanted to lay out the timing of this because I know our staff are stretched thin, everybody's stretched thin, and there are so many things that we are trying to do to focus on health and human safety. And I think that this is one of them. And I just also wanted to add that it's ironic that Councilmember Arenas isn't here. And I'm very mindful of the fact that she's not here because she's dealing with COVID. And fortunately, she's able to recover from home and without worrying if her family is going to have a roof over their head. And she's very conscious of that fact. And as she recovers, she's still mindful of everybody else in need. And so I just wanted to point out that people are dying, our people are dying, and I don't want other people to die. And that's why we brought this forward to extend it because as a city, we have been consistently messaging folks to please stay home, please don't gather. That should also include please don't go to work when you're sick. And at a time of year, a very tough time of year to not have money, people are worried about unemployment, people are worried about the eviction moratorium. You know, the federal government and the state we haven't been able to rely on them. And so it's up to us. So that's why we put forward a memo asking for both an extension ordinance. If the Senate somehow gets it together, that would be great. But that's why we put forward a memo asking for both an extension ordinance in the event that a federal protection is extended And then also to prepare a standalone ordinance that would provide the same level of protections and doing so as soon as possible, knowing that we're stretched, knowing that we are in the worst days of the pandemic. And so my offices, our offices have had a number of conversations with staff. And so I guess I'll go to Kim first. I'm guessing it's Kim, which is when we could have something drafted to have that comprehensive ordinance ready to go so there is not a gap.
Yeah, I'm happy to ask that question. So I've been in contact with the city attorney's office, and the concept is that we would bring an ordinance forward for your January 5th meeting that would apply retroactively to January 1st. And in one ordinance would be both concepts in your memo. So if there is federal legislation, then the city ordinance would provide that gap coverage. And then if there's not, it would effectively function as a standalone ordinance. And then the key issue we would want to discuss a bit is if the standalone ordinance would be in place for any period of time, we would need to figure out how to staff the enforcement. But we can meet your concept, and we can do it for January 5th. So Attorney's Office will be working with Public Works between now and the holiday to make sure that gets done.
Thank you.
That's the will of the council today.
Thank you. And that's huge. And I know what that means because I know all the things that you're working on, but this is literally life and death. So I appreciate that. I had another question about enforcement. Is Glenn on, or who? Nora, should I just direct that question at you about enforcement? There was some discussion around the Office of Quality Assurance. They have the same authority as the minimum wage ordinance, correct? And so is private enforcement a practical enforcement method, or do we have, since OEA is involved, do we have the ability to be a part of that?
Thank you for the question, council member. And that's part of what we'll be looking at, if there's a way to build in private enforcement. We don't have an answer on that yet.
Okay. So it's my understanding that under enforcement, typically OEA is involved since folks file both ways. So, okay. So as long as there's some practical flexibility in terms of making it the most effective, I'm comfortable with that. So with that, I'd like to move our memo, which is what I stated, which is what I stated earlier, to prepare and extend the paid sick leave ordinance through an urgency ordinance should the federal government extend the federal paid sick leave provisions of the Family First Coronavirus Relief Act. And should the federal government fail to extend before the protections before Congress adjourns, that we prepare comprehensive emergency COVID paid sick leave ordinance by January 5th. Thank you.
It was, I believe, seconded by Councilmember Carrasco. Yes. And I just want to ask one follow-up question, if I could, Nora. The important question about enforcement. By inserting just a sentence or two in the ordinance, we can create a private right of action, can't we?
That's what we're looking at, and what the city's role can be in enforcement, as well as whether or not we can do a private right of action.
Okay. Have we done that before with city muni code provisions that people could actually use as a basis for a suit?
I believe that that there may be something in the noise arena,
Yeah.
But that may be general nuisance law, but I think there may be something there. But that's part of everything that we're looking at with this. We're scrambling a little bit just to get this pulled together in a pretty short time frame, depending on what the feds do.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for your fast response. Appreciate those are tough timelines. Councilmember Crosco, thank you for bringing this forward.
Mayor Ricardo, this is Matt Kinup, Director of Public
Okay.
Works. I just wanted to add one quick thing.
Sure.
And just to follow up, and I appreciate the context of Mayor and City Council understanding the workload and the need to get innovative and looking at private enforcement and other angles. And we're definitely looking at that. And we definitely realize the importance of this issue. Absolutely. And as Kim said, we're just talking a lot internally about how are we going to be able to enforce and manage this, and we'll be able to report back on our ability to do that in January. We're going to go from about 50 businesses that we currently enforce, because those are the ones over 500 employees. If the federal government doesn't expand, that would expand to about 15,000 businesses. And it's currently taking a significant amount of staff time as it is. And so again, this is not a commentary on whether or not I support it. I think I understand the value of this, but I just want to put some context around that challenge that we're talking about how we can manage this workload if the federal government doesn't expand. So thank you for that.
Thanks, Matt. We're all praying for the Congress to come to its senses. Councilmember Carrasco, thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Mayor, for, do you all remember that little article that happened to be, I'm sure, one of our favorite articles that said that San Jose was one of those favorite forgotten cities, big, large forgotten cities? Well, I beg to differ. I think that especially during this time, San Jose has really made its mark in terms of being right at the forefront in terms of protecting its residents, whether it's been the moratorium on evictions, making sure that people have a way of protecting its families with sick leave, and we've done it ahead of the state and ahead of all of the other cities in the state of California during one of the worst times that we've ever seen. And at a time when everybody's trying to scramble and juggle and trying to learn from something that we never expected, a pandemic, no less. Thank you, Councilmember Esparza. I don't have much to add other than I want to recognize Councilmember Arenas. I've been texting her and I haven't gotten back any text messages from her, which really concerns me. And all I can say is that I'm hoping that the reason why she's not texting me back is because she's resting and healing and taking care of her family. And so I'm trying not to bother her, but it does remind us that that we have that luxury of being able to stay home and have, again, the privilege of being in the positions that we're in, not only in terms of how we can take care of ourselves, but also to be able to make decisions for so many other folks that don't have the kind of luxuries that we get to enjoy. And so I'm always reminded of that every single Tuesday and every single time that I have an opportunity to be with my children and not put myself in the same kinds of risks that other families have to be in. And so it is a bittersweet experience, especially as I represent a district that is so hard hit. So I'm very, very cognizant of that. And so I know that our staff is stretched, and I know that at every turning point there's a new issue that's more important than the issue before, or just as important as the issue before. This one, to me, is again, I'm gonna just throw a reason why this one is so significant. We can't seem to hold back this tsunami of cases that just keeps building and growing with no end in sight. 2 days ago, we had yet another record-breaking number of cases. It was over 2,000 cases in the county of Santa Clara. And I need to remind you, even though it's countywide, the bulk of those cases are going to be squarely in the city of San Jose, because it's logical. We're the biggest city of the county. So we're going to have the biggest number of those 2,000. And by the way, I said it before, I said it last Tuesday, and Council Member Dieppe reminded us, there is a lag, but there's a lag in the opposite way. We haven't gotten all of the numbers, and they keep updating. So I can assure you that that 2,000 that was reported on Monday is not quite the completed number, or not quite the updated number that that's true to the numbers that really should be reported. So I anticipate that we're 200 to 300 to 400 numbers behind of what it really is. So of those individuals who have been tested, I'm sure that some of them don't have any other options other than to go back and not say anything, and they're risking themselves, but more importantly, they're risking everybody else. And this just becomes a domino effect, and we can't seem to convince people, stay home, quarantine, isolate, stay away from everybody else. Please don't go to work, and please don't put everybody else in peril. Do not put everybody else in danger. I have heard firsthand from individuals who say that they're not going to stop going to work because they have to feed their families. And so we have to continue to put measures in place that reassure individuals that we will take care of them one way or the other. Whether we like it or not, we are in this together. There is a domino effect. And if we weren't convinced of it before, it surely took a pandemic to remind us of how interconnected each and every one of us are to each other, and how we either depend on each other or we fall together if we're not very cognizant of this. So thank you so much for your words, Councilmember Esparza, and thank you, Mayor, also for really having brought many of these policies forward as we're trying to take care of our community and our entire city, by the way, and trying to really stem these numbers. So with that, oh, you already made the motion. Thank you, Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Councilmember, and thank you for bringing it forward as well. Councilmember Davis?
Thank you. I have a clarifying question. In reading the memo, I understand that in recommendation number 1, the term of the extension is coterminal with the federal extension should it happen. But number 2, as it's if we have to do our own comprehensive ordinance, is the timeline as you implied in the background part of it going to extend through June 2020?
That was our staff thinking, June 2020, like the al fresco and some of the other work that we've done.
So all of our sort of COVID related, that the deadline would be the end of the fiscal year. Is that what you intended, Councilmember Esparza, in your motion?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm happy to support the motion. I just wanted to make sure that I completely understood what we were voting on.
All right, any other comments or questions? All right, let's vote then on Councilmember Esparza's motion.
Jimenez?
Yes. Yeah.
Morales?
Aye.
Dieppe?
Aye.
Roscoe?
Aye.
Davis?
Aye.
Esparza?
Yes.
Foley?
Aye.
Camus?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Ricardo?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Item 3.9 are actions related to food distribution agreements. I don't believe there's a presentation. Is there, Dave?
There is a brief presentation.
Oh, there is. Okay, forgive me.
Yeah, so we'll get started. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council members of the public and city staff. Dolan Beckel, the Emergency Operations Center, or EOC Food and Necessities Distribution Branch Director. Today, the team presents recommended actions allowing the city manager to negotiate and execute agreements with food and necessities partners to ensure food security in the city and the county through the first quarter of 2021. Specifically, we provide a recommendation to accept the report on the food distribution branch support for the city's pandemic response, to accept the report on the request for bid for meal preparation and delivery services to temporary shelters, and 3, to authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute various contracts with our food network partners to support our feeding programs. Joining me today as panelists are Kip Harkness, Deputy City Manager and EOC Director, Jill Mariani, EOC Branch Deputy Director, CJ Ryan, our Necessities Branch Contracts and Fiscal Lead, and Jennifer Chang, Deputy Director of Finance. Next slide. So through the efforts of the city staff and our various partners like Second Harvest and the County Office of Education, the county and the city have avoided a widespread food crisis and worked to scale and distribute over 100 million meals since the pandemic started, including groceries and necessities, to our most vulnerable and at-risk residents impacted by COVID-19. This represents a doubling of food insecurity since the pandemic started. We have seen that as the cases of COVID-19 rise, the need for food also rises. As we are just entering the 3rd wave of the COVID-19 pandemic, it is critical that we ensure continuity of our current level of food distribution service, as the city may be the last line of defense for our most vulnerable residents during this holiday season and going into the new year. Next slide. Prior to the pandemic, the city's quarterly accountability and joint responsibility for feeding programs was 32,500 meals per quarter. Upon accepting countywide accountability and joint responsibility for food and necessities distribution, that scale increased to an average of 20 million meals per quarter. We achieved this scale over a period of 5 weeks working in collaboration with our food network partners. During the last 2 quarters of 2020, the city expended an average of 12.7 million per quarter, and with an estimated 13.5 million from the city for the first quarter of 2021, we aim to maintain the same or higher level of service. This program is getting more effective with an estimated 29 million meals planned for the first quarter of 2021. Next slide. The recommended actions in this item will enable the city to provide continuity of services to individuals and families in the city and county experiencing food insecurity and other impacts due to COVID-19 through the first quarter of 2021. We're cognizant of the fact this need will likely extend beyond the first quarter into the second quarter of 2021. And so the recommendation authorizes the city manager to extend agreements to the end of 2021 if the funding is appropriated. We would like to make a minor correction to page 15 and attachment A. The agreement with Revolution Foods will in fact be paid for by the general fund because under the current CRF guidelines, federal funds may not be used to stockpile food for future uses beyond December 2020. The staff recommendation is to authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute agreements with these 15 food service providers listed on this slide, along with the unmet needs grantees. The scope of the agreements is to provide groceries, meals, and necessities such as hygiene kits, diapers, wipes, and formula to our residents who need it most, those that are temporarily sheltered, unsheltered, in isolation or quarantine, are medically vulnerable, low income, seniors, and those who have been economically impacted by the pandemic. Next slide. Before I conclude, I want to point out, obviously, that hunger does not take a winter break. I wanted to highlight some of our efforts to bolster our feeding programs during this upcoming winter holiday period as the pandemic surges and further food insecurity increases. The food branch team and our partners have been working hard over the last several weeks on the following. We've requested 100 California National Guard to support Second Harvest. We have contracted with Hunger at Home to add 60,000 additional meal boxes. We've worked with Off the Grid to ensure both their meal delivery and grocery box operation through Vegelution can continue through the winter holiday. We've partnered with the Office of Education, County Office of Education, COE, and Dr. Marianne Dewan to work with the individual districts to maximize feeding programs to kids over the winter holidays. This includes the city supporting additional meal distribution at the County Office of Education building, at the Milpitas Unified School District, at Eastside Union High School District, and for the Head Start program. Like we did successfully at Thanksgiving, we're sending additional prepackaged self-stable meals home with seniors and the Rock and Learn program students. We've contracted with Vegelution to provide an additional 5,000 meal boxes through Loaves and Fishes. And for the Great Plates Delivered programs, restaurants are providing a holiday menu for participants and providing an additional 5,400 frozen, freshly prepared meals that normally aren't available to seniors over holidays. We're providing participants with meal coverage from all of our restaurants partners for Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, New Year's Eve, and New Year's Day. There'll be a total of 8 holiday meals provided to each participant, 1 set of 4 for Christmas Eve and holiday and Christmas holiday, and 1 set for New Year's Eve and the New Year's holiday. Last but not least, we're consolidating our volunteer matching, batching, and dispatching with the Silicon Valley Council of Nonprofits to ensure we maximize the availability of volunteers across Silicon Valley Strong, the Library Volunteers, Parks and Recs volunteers, and other volunteer pools to support feeding programs. Council will be receiving an update on this winter program from the Emergency Operations Center's EPIO shortly. Next slide. Our community desperately needs volunteers to help with food distribution, and those volunteers are essential workers. If you haven't done so already, please enroll to volunteer at siliconvalleystrong.org. Next slide. So I just want to, in concluding, I want to thank our Food Network partners for their support to our community. And I also want to thank our partners in the Emergency Operations Center, the Finance Department, the City Attorney's Office, and the Budget Office, who helped my great team get this 30-page mega memo over the finish line. This concludes our presentation, and we are available for questions.
Thank you, Don. Thank you for your work and the work of so many members of the team who are helping to literally keep families alive. We are going to the public now for public comment on this item, which is the action related to food distribution agreements, item 3.9. Blair Beekman.
Hi, thank you for this item. You know, while you have this item fairly often about food distribution services within San Jose, and I've been learning, you know, the importance of the food chain from, you know, the food being grown in the Central Valley, how it can arrive here and we eat it, and how can you know, workers in the Central Valley, how can they be offered, you know, good health services and good practices to be safe from the COVID. And I think we can have a certain weight to offer, you know, the Central Valley. They need to do those practices. You know, farm owners have to practice those things. And we can hold them accountable to that, I think. And so it's an interesting time in that respect. About the overall issues of food security at this time, I find it really interesting that Dolan Beckel, you know, wanted to work on this when it first started happening, when COVID first started happening. And, you know, I'm slowly learning more about, you know, the issues of food security are going to be, if not already, they're going to be an important issues in the next few years. And I feel we're really prepared for that now. And you know, I feel Dolan Beckel is possibly talking to, you know, important sources at the UN and international food distribution chains, how they work. And I feel it's a really good connection to the accountability with technology issues and what that is capable of working towards. And so it's an interesting connection. And I'm hopeful in the next few years how that can develop. And you have a new technology staff that can talk, has a good language. So thank you. Here in 2020, we're progressing in how I think we're thinking since 2015, you know, with or without COVID. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, back to the council. Councilmember Perales.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate all the efforts and just wanted to be able to move approval, but I have to recuse myself from the funding item for the health trust. Thank you.
Okay, so you'll move all the other items.
Second.
Okay. All right, Councilmember Esparza?
I just wanted to extend my thanks to all of our partner nonprofits and to the city staff and also school districts. I don't mean to leave them out, who've been working so hard on this. I have quite a few food distribution sites in my district. I know I'm not the only one, and it really makes a difference. And it's very, very sobering to see people wait in line 2 hours for a couple of boxes of food. So this is really important work. Talk about keeping people alive. I mean, this really is it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Carrasco?
Ditto. I just wanted to extend my gratitude to everyone that has pitched in. 20 million meals is it's not it's nothing to sneeze at. It's such a, like, I can't wrap my head around that. And all I can think of when we started to shut down again was, just as people were starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel, just as people were starting to come out and feel that they were getting back on track, maybe not back on track, but at least starting to normalize again, whatever that means. But there we go again. And to me, this is going to be so much worse because it's now you start at a deficit, and now you're in winter. At least in March, you were entering spring, and then you knew summer was coming. It just had a whole different feel to it, and you could go outside and you could experience parks or beaches. You could be outside. Here it's cold, it's winter. I don't know if people are putting on the heater and incurring that additional cost. I don't know if people are sacrificing, winter just poses a whole different experience. And being cold and hungry, and now the holidays and doing without, it's going to be a long winter. And I appreciate our partners. As I was listening to council just about 45 minutes ago, I had to drive my two teenagers to Sacred Heart because they do volunteer work during Tuesdays. And I was just surprised at how long that line was today. It just doesn't get any shorter. There's just no shortage of individuals who need the help. So I'm grateful for everybody who's out there helping, including my children, because they don't, because they want to be out there, and they were insisting today, as I was flagging them down and telling them to be quiet, but they were just insisting that I take them out there today. And so I'm grateful for everyone who's really pitching in. So thank you so much to everybody who's really working hard to make sure that our families are fed and our children are fed. Thank you.
Agreed. Councilmember Esparza, you had your hand up. Was that from before?
It's from before. I'll lower it.
Oh, okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? I just wanted to say, this is one of those areas where things could go really tragically bad if they're not well managed. And obviously, I know there've been a lot of bumps and hiccups and pivoting and all kinds of things, but it has been really heartening to see how incredibly well this effort has gone. Just a lot of hard work, a lot of collaboration. And I'm just grateful, certainly to you, Dolan, and to everybody who's been working so hard on this. So thank you. Let's vote.
Jimenez? Peralez?
Aye.
Diep?
Aye.
Crosco?
Aye.
Davis?
Aye.
Esparza?
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo,
Aye.
going back to Jimenez. Marking absent. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Item 3.10 is the JPA issued bonds for moderate income housing. I know there's a supplemental memo that just came out, I believe. Dave or Jackie, did either one you want to speak on that before we?
Yes, this is
Go.
Jackie, Jackie Morales Brand. I'm the Director of Housing, and there are representatives from the Office of Economic Development and the Office, the Department of Finance. The administration did release a supplemental today that contains 12 items that we believe should be included in a potential term sheet. We'll note that many of the items that were included in the mayor's memo are also included in the terms that we tried to lay out before the council. I want to reiterate, and we have said this before in the past, that this whole idea of using these bonds by JPA to obtain moderate income housing is definitely an interesting approach that we do believe deserves additional consideration. The challenge is that staff has not had the time to complete our evaluation of the tool due to COVID-19 and the lack of staff capacity. The supplemental that we issued today includes additional elements that were not in the mayor's memo, such as the minimum experience of a team, the transparency of the bond issuance, city approval for B bonds and additional subordinate debt. And finally, we believe we need to better understand how the property would be transferred, the price, and the process. I just want to remind everyone that these transactions are very new. The first one closed last year in 2019. Absent another COVID-19 surge, a flood, or some sort of alien landing in San Jose, the staff is suggesting that we would be prepared to move forward and finish our evaluation, release a term sheet as proposed in April. And what we would propose is we would come back to the council with a fully formed term sheet. So taking some of the elements of the mayor's and what staff has prepared, bringing back for your consideration in April, this fully formed term sheet that we could then release. And again, absent any other disaster from happening in San Jose, we believe we could release it. And if someone were to agree to all the terms, that would be a slam dunk deal. And we could easily join the JPA and move very quickly. To the extent that someone did not, the responding JPAs did not agree, then of course staff would need time to negotiate the outstanding items. So with that, I don't have any other further comments and we can open it up.
Thank you. And Jackie, thank you for the work you and your team, and Julia, I know, and her team as well on this. And I appreciate there's been a very, very difficult challenge in juggling scarce resources, particularly with all the demands of the pandemic and all that your team is doing to get a lot of people out on the street into shelter and into housing. So appreciate all that work. Let's go to the public. Ask if there are any questions from members or comments from members of the committee on this item, which is the JPA on moderate income and low income housing. This is item 3.10. Matt Mason.
Hi, Matt Mason with IFPTE Local 21, speaking in favor of Councilmember Jones, Esparza, and Arenas' memo. I'm the representative of over 800 San Jose employees, including ones in the housing department and finance department. City employees have performed above and beyond during the COVID crisis, many taking on 1 or 2 extra jobs, working 10+ hours a day, weekends, to not just do their city job, but jobs within the EOC. Along with all this extra work since March has come extra home stress with their partners, their family, and childcare, plus the mental stress of dealing with a global pandemic. As Mayor Ricardo likes to remind us all, this is the most thinly staffed city of its size in America. And at the December Rules Committee meeting, both the finance and housing staff expressed concern that the timeline presented in the memo from Dieppe and Davis and Camus would put undue stress on staff where they had already built a work plan for this in mid-2021. As our members know the need for more housing and more moderate housing, income housing especially, but given the staffing levels of these departments and the already strained workloads, please listen to the pleas from the department staff and support the memo put forth by Council Members Jones, Esparza, and Arenas and their timeline recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. John Penn-Cowren?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is John Penkeller, and I'm with the California Statewide Communities Development Authority, or CSCDA. I think first and foremost, we want to express our appreciation to the mayor, vice mayor, many council members, and staff who all seem to have the same goal in their interest in providing more affordable housing to the city's middle-income residents. CSCDA is the largest joint powers authority in California. It was created back in '88 by the League of Cities and CSAC, and currently has 530 city and county members. And we have issued more than $65 billion in bonds across 15 unique financing programs. We believe we've been a trusted partner of the city since 1990, and we've participated in more than 50 project financings throughout the city. In the affordable housing space, we've issued bonds that have created nearly 100,000 units for low and very low residents and families. And our robust workforce housing program complements our existing affordable housing work. And it's rolling out pretty widely across the state, including in many of San Jose's peer cities. Our program is customizable, and we feel that it's important for the city to have a solution and a program platform that meets the city's goals. We have reviewed the mayor's memo and feel that there are some very sound policy considerations that our program can accommodate. And we're pleased to hear that many of those have been incorporated into staff's supplemental memo. We also have a good working relationship with city staff, and we do recognize their current workload and demands. Our experience in customizing programs with other cities, working closely with their city attorneys, with their outside financial advisors and other staff, we feel will be valuable to staff's continued evaluation of this opportunity. And we remain available to continue collaborating both with this council and staff to ensure that the city is receiving tangible public benefits through a program that meets the city's objectives. And we'd be happy to answer any.
Thank you. Blair Beekman?
Hi, thank you for this item. I guess a few things. One is that I'm a bit hurt that, with the importance of this item, and, it's been made clear to myself over the past few months now, its need. And I won't refute that or argue with it very much. My concern now is why is it not placed next to item 8.4 tonight? I think it is that, it's rapid rehousing ideas in the future and, just lower income housing ideas. I think the two items paired together would be important on several levels. And I'm wondering if there's some sort of, segregated bias in why you keep them separate. Because it's certainly how you talk about affordable housing issues. And, you really try to keep them distant in talking about different income levels and disparities. And, I really hope we're at a time to start to develop a new language, how to talk about what is affordable housing and what it can be. And, I think the mixed income housing ideas and the zoning issues of, this fall, could have been really much better addressed with mixed income, with new mixed income ideas and ideas that, the MTC housing, more than just ABAG, there's many different agencies of MTC housing, more than just ABAG, that are trying to learn to address these issues and address, issues that have always been incredibly important, to local cities, but that state, practices won't allow for. And we're learning to open up those ideas, and that's important. And to Jackie, I wanted to quickly comment that Yeah, I'm learning to practice. You know, we have to prepare ourselves as local communities in the next 5 to 10 years for the term natural disasters. And that's the language I hope we can talk about more in the future. Open.
Thank you. Anil Babar?
Thank you, Mayor Liccardo, Vice Mayor Jones, and City Council. Anil Babar with the California Apartment Association, calling in to voice our strong support for the memos authored by Mayor Liccardo, Council Members Diab, Foley, and Camus. We have made public comment on this item before. We strongly support it. It is another tool in the toolbox for the housing department to achieve the desired affordable housing units that the city desperately needs. And we urge the council to support the memo authored by the mayor and his fellow colleagues. And I want to thank you.
Thank you. Vince Rocha?
Thanks, Mayor and Council and staff. I think it's exactly right. We all want the same goal, which is more affordable, deed-restricted housing in San Jose. It's important for our residents. It's important to meet our goals. But quite honestly, for a number of reasons, we've been unable to meet those goals. My understanding in reading a report about the RENA update for 2019 was that the city had produced 0 deed-restricted housing in the middle income category or moderate income category. So this is an opportunity that I hope we move forward expeditiously, and speaking in support of the mayor's memo here along with his council colleagues, because really we have a lot of catching up to do, and we have credible partners like CSCDA and CalCHA who have a proven track record of doing this exact thing we need, which is create affordability in the middle income range for housing. So I really just want to see, stakeholders come to the table and make sure we can get this done quickly with little, extra burden on the staff. I'm cognizant of that. I think that we shouldn't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Is the city protected financially from liability, and does it achieve affordability? Those are the two, I think, top issues that are really important as we gauge the effectiveness of these programs. Thanks.
Thank you. Tim Bobian.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. Tim Bobian, representing the Santa Clara County Association of Realtors and our 6,000 plus members. SCORE supports the memorandum authored by Mayor Liccardo, Council Member Diep, Foley, and Camus. We thank them for this thoughtful and collaborative approach. This is a careful approach for how the city can partner with the Joint Power Authority to facilitate missing middle housing. This is a new innovative strategy. It's a perfect tool to continue to work to solve the region's housing crisis. It's an effective program to address an issue we have been struggling with for decades, creating an ample supply of affordable housing. Joining a JPA such as CalCHA or CSCDA as soon as possible will allow San Jose to create the much needed housing for missing middle populations such as nurses, teachers, first responders, and other public servants without enduring any displacement. Creates a pathway for the city of San Jose to take ownership at no cost to these affordable housing assets at the end of the life of the bond. This provides an opportunity for the city to provide perpetually affordable housing across the income spectrum. City of San Jose can and should be doing this to provide much needed affordable housing to our public servants. Once joining the JPA, the city still maintains ample control as to where this form of housing can take place. It is effectively designed to ensure maximum flexibility in increasing the success of this policy. It creates imminent affordable housing, as I've said, without any displacement or adding strenuous workload to city staff, allowing resources and times to be diverted to other affordable housing efforts that they're working so diligently on. SCORE strongly urges the city of San Jose to promptly join a JPA, as these types of programs have already been implemented successfully statewide. We desperately need this affordable housing for essential workers who do not qualify for other forms of affordable housing in the city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, I believe those are all the members of the community that wanted to speak on this item. We'll come back to the council. Council Member Esparza.
Thank you, Mayor. We have consistently approved moderate income housing in the city's plan, in Measure E, and a lot of the work that we're doing. So I don't have an issue with that at all. I agree that it's a need that needs to be met. My concerns are twofold, both really around the timing. So one is that we have a little bit of runway to address the numerous issues that staff has raised in their memos. And I have questions as well. And the other is around the allotment of staff time. We just had a vote, 2 votes, where we discussed prioritizing, to me, health and human life in a global pandemic, with some really frightening realities looming over us right now. And so those are the issues that I raise that are important to me. I will add, sort of on top of that, I would very much like to see the issues that staff raised. I would like to see those answers. Things around how this impacts school districts, which is one of the concerns that were raised in the memo. If you remember, my colleagues, how could you forget the council meeting earlier this year with Valley Palms? I know it was very long and folks had to hear a lot of testimony and see some really horrifying pictures about living conditions. And the CSCDA was part of that and unaware of the living conditions and of the reputation of the developer. And but again, for me, it's timing and priorities. Our staff is already dealing with the pandemic, with the EOC, with what we've just asked them to do. And I think really at the end of the day, amongst our memos, we're talking about a difference of a month, right? And so I have a question, and I'm not sure if this is for Julia or Jackie, but what would need to be prioritized or what would you need to bump aside to really prioritize this at this point in time? Whoever wants to go first.
Jackie, do you want to go first? Well, I mean, we would have to sit down and look at it. I mean, as we went over the debt report, we talked about some of the projects we're working on. That airport refunding is really important. We continue to support the housing department with their active multifamily housing revenue bond program in terms of bringing those deeply affordable projects to council. And I know there's a couple in the pipeline. So we've got a big GEO bond issuance that's scheduled for summertime. So, it's all that work that then just needs to get pushed aside and delayed because there's just not enough hours in the day to get the work done. So, it would mean that those projects that have an immediate impact on the bottom line, especially like the GEO bonds and the airport, that would get delayed, and in order to kind of fit this into the work plan at this point.
And how would it impact the housing department?
Well, frankly, it's already impacted us just trying to get this part of the work done. Kristen is is the sole body left in the policy team, and she is the person who really needs to work on this project, as she has the background and what it's doing is preventing her from moving forward on just hiring the additional staff we need in that section. She's also responsible for the affordable housing plan for Diridon, all of our anti-displacement work. She oversees that piece. And she, of course, is our liaison with the planning department. So she's critical in our thinking. So anytime I have to pull her off to do this moderate plan, it prevents her from working on these other critical issues, or working, more than she already does, which I hate to say is more than probably 60, 70 hours a week already, because she's such a dedicated staff person. So.
Thank you. And I know many folks are working wearing 2 hats. those are really my concerns. I don't think anybody on this council is going to argue with the need for moderate housing. I have one more question, and I don't know if this is for Jackie or Kristen. So how long would it be before we started seeing units come online from this policy?
Well, actually, what we had proposed was when we bring forward a JPA that actually, where we have the term sheet, it's negotiated, it's a go, they would come potentially forward with a deal. So since they're usually acquiring existing housing, that's the first step. I think kind of the follow-up to that question is, when does it actually start providing housing for moderate income people?
Right.
So we get the building very early. We just pulled the 2019 report from their very first deal that they did, which was last year. And that has yet to be fully turned over to be providing housing for moderate income people. I don't know, Nikolai, if you can remember how much of that housing is actually going to the targeted population. And in fact, one of the things we learned was not only was it not going to moderate income households, but that the income restriction had been lifted for some of the units.
Yeah, that's a huge concern, and that's been raised many times before us. So I think, look, I think there have been a lot of questions, really serious questions that have been raised in the staff memos. I'm not going to rehash them. I just think that, again, for me, we're in a global pandemic, and ultimately we're a month apart, and a little bit of grace, I think, would go a long way into a better product and really to not killing our staff and to meeting the needs of all of our neighborhoods at a time when they need it most. As I said earlier, we're about to face our darkest days. I think that grace is needed. So with that, I would like to make a motion with the memo from the Vice Mayor, Councilmember Arenas, and myself to direct staff to return to council in April and to update on the process for recommendation, including a JPA issuer evaluation in terms for city partnership, and as well as the capacity at that time.
Second. Councilmember Esparza, I agree with your sentiments that we're not far apart, and we don't want to kill Kristen Clements. She's too valuable to the community. So
We don't want to kill anybody.
no, we don't. I think I'm not sure if you saw the supplemental staff memo, and let me just articulate my view for whatever it's worth, which is I would be happy if we didn't approve either your the other memo, the memo you just moved, or the memo that I signed, and instead we just signed on to the staff supplemental, which I think proposes a timeline that I assume Jackie believes is acceptable to staff. That would still enable us, I think, to cut through a lot of additional work that an RFP would impose on staff, and I believe a lot of delay.
So this is the staff memo that
It was just released.
supplemental, yeah, that came out.
Yeah, just
okay.
hours ago.
Okay, and that.
So if you want to
timeline
think
for
about that,
pardon me?
I'm sorry, if you wanted to think about that, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I have a question then
Yeah.
for Jackie or Julia. So the timing of that is still April?
Yes, the timing is still April.
Okay, I'm comfortable with that.
Is that right with the seconder?
Yes, it is.
Okay, great. Yeah, and I appreciate this, the work on the supplemental, and I particularly. Pardon me,
Mayor,
I'm
you
having a
to
problem
go
with my
now?
device. There we go. Am I back? Okay.
Yeah, you're back.
Yeah, particularly given the short amount of time in which staff had to respond. And mindful of that when I ask the next couple of questions, but I just want to ask a couple of questions, Jackie, to understand a little more clearly. There are elements of this staff supplemental, I mean, just starting with the depth of the affordability, where I would have expected staff to be more specific, given what we think we've heard already publicly from at least one of the 4 JPA sponsors, that they believe they could do a project that funded low income, not merely moderate income, but low income tenants. And there's no threshold that's articulated here. Do you want to articulate why you believe you didn't want to demand that up front, or is that something you'd be working through in the next few months?
Yeah, so on all of these terms, it was just something we would work through. Since we didn't necessarily all agree on it as a team on all the terms, we just thought here are the high level points of items that need discussion and further vetting internally, but it is our intent to specifically, we would release something that had those specifics. So it would be much more specific, like the term sheet you released. It would have that level of detail so that it would be very easy for the JPA to say yes or no.
Okay. And so I know I just asked for greater level specificity. Now, there are a couple items where I know we've had only the public discussions, rules never really probed into this. For example, just right off the top, when we look at the underwriting standards, there is, for example, a discussion of the cap of upfront and long-term fees for the JPA team. And I guess the question I have is if we get the affordability we want and the property is well maintained, and we assure that through some kind of contractual arrangement, and they have their necessary capital sinking fund to ensure it stays well maintained, so we have an asset that we can keep and use for many years thereafter to provide affordable housing. Why should we care about something like that, whether or not they make more money or less?
Well, Mayor, this is Julia Cooper. We care because it further encumbers the property. So to the extent that you have fees that, that people are being paid that aggregate to, 10 or 15% of the transaction costs, that's just debt increase in the debt load on the project. So, that's where we have concerns. And then also from a philosophical perspective, if you're in the market for providing, market rate and affordable housing projects, it seems strange that you're getting wealthy off of that line of business. So, but just, making sure in terms of how much is the project being encumbered. One of the things that was raised in the memo too is that subordinate B bond piece that's of concern as well. So.
Okay.
I would say it really is around the extent that that fee burdens the property. And I think as we get further clarity on what the takeout looks like and how it would work,
right.
I think that would give us more assurances that maybe we shouldn't need to care about it because we feel very secure that it will not impair our ability to actually acquire the building at the end debt-free. But to the extent that these larger fees do burden the property or prevent it from having enough access to resources so they can pay for rehabs, and having to take out additional debt to do that is of concern to us. And we've again already seen this in a deal, a transaction where they're already involved. So as we dig deeper, it just leads us to ask the question of why. And of course, we limit those profits in the affordable side.
Right. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's go back then to Councilmember Camus.
Thank you, Mayor. And, I do appreciate staff working with us. I know that I've been pushing this is because my passion is making sure that we have housing for, nurses and our bus drivers. And, those are the people that are having trouble living in the area, even though that they make, good income. It's also been a priority for the city since 2015. And that's why I didn't think that we needed to go to a priority setting process. In fact, just a month ago, staff said that we have an all of the above housing strategy. And that's why I felt that this is this is all part of all the above, and that's the whole reason why I wanted to push on this thing so quickly. And quite frankly, I feel that we haven't done anything. In fact, our own numbers indicate that we haven't done anything since 2015, and there's nothing on, in the pipeline to build anything after. And so I respect the fact that my council colleagues don't want to overburden staff, and I hear you guys loud and clear. I don't either, but I just don't want to miss an opportunity to house people and do it without, as I put in the memo, it's a win-win-win. It's without incurring, without having to incur new taxes and new fees, new regulations, and without, basically any risk to the city's general fund. And in the end, we get the property free and clear, title to us back at the end. It's a great way to accumulate property for the housing department. I hope they see it that way at the end of the bond. Even if it's a dilapidated property, it's a property. And so I understand some of their concerns, and I think that they should all, I hope that they work it out. There's always two sides of a story. I'm hoping that staff will work with the the two people who are vying for properties that I think both of them have ideas on properties that they could purchase right away and get people housed quickly. I think that the concerns and questions should be asked, but we should have a working solution, just like the one that we presented in the mayor's memo. And I'm wondering if the makers of the motion could include the mayor's memo as a guideline for the to be included in the deliberations with staff.
I think that staff is going to review everything, pretty much everything that they said that they were, which includes a lot of those issues. So I'm comfortable with the motion as it stands. I think it includes it.
So I'm hoping the staff sees it that way. Do you see it that way, staff?
Yes.
Okay. All right, then I will be willing to support the motion, and I want to thank staff for expediting this process, because I don't want the enemy of the good to be the perfect. And quite frankly, there's in the end, there's going to be some questions that we don't get answered, and we'll have to just live with the experience. There's a lot of risks that the city's taken in the past. With a modular type of housing on 2nd Street that actually took longer to build than regular housing. As far as management's concerned, the Donner Lofts have had so many calls for service. I mean, we don't necessarily question their management as much as I don't know if we have that much control over their management. And so let's not ask more of others than we ask of ourselves. That's what I'm hoping that will guide these decisions. Obviously, I'm not going to be here to make any final decisions, but I appreciate the fact that we're looking at expediting the process and making it possible for a new way of thinking and a new way to actually fulfill the commitment that we had for workforce housing. It's a commitment that it's about time that we worked on, and I appreciate all the work that's been part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Esparza did such a great job asking the questions, asking a lot of questions I was going to ask, that I want to change the rules. So next time we have a topic that I'm going to speak, as well as Councilmember Esparza, I want to be able to jump the queue and speak before her, because she did a great job of asking and getting answers that I was looking for. I do want to say that I did have concerns about staff's capacity and ability to do this work. It sounds like we're in a good place, but I have a request that if we get hit with a flood or locusts or another disaster, that staff comes back.
All bets are off.
The staff comes back right away and updates us on where they are in terms of their work plan and their capacity, because I don't want to have a situation where we're in March or April and you're trying to do more than you have the capacity to do, and then we're back in the same boat. Like what's been said, everyone here is supportive and wants to see more middle income housing. It's just a question of, does staff have the capacity to do it? So I feel comfortable now based on what, Jackie, what you've told me. But again, at the moment where it doesn't look like you're going to be able to accomplish those objectives, we have to know about it. But great job for everything you're doing and how you're getting things done. It's amazing and impressive. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Foley.
Thank you. The last thing I would want to do is overtax our staff who is already working at 120% or greater, particularly the housing department, who is managing tremendous amount of funds that they've been given and handling them very well and with a fiduciary responsibility that is truly commendable. So I am very willing to support the supplemental memo and the memo, the motion that is on the table. I truly think this is a good direction for us, but the devil is in the detail. So there's a lot of analysis that went into the memo that the mayor and others signed, including myself, but then there's additional detail that went into the memo, the supplemental memo. So with every memo that's been created, I have more questions. So I think this buys us a little bit of time and gives staff some time to be thoughtful about their approach, all with the focus of building or rehabbing affordable housing and making sure that we have more low income and mid-range housing for our residents. So I'm completely supportive of this and supportive of our staff in the direction that they're going on this. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Are there any other council members who want to speak on this motion from Councilmember Esparza? Okay, I just want to acknowledge and thank Councilmember Camus for really pushing on this idea. In fact, pushing me a bit on it as well. I was reluctant to move forward, and I think I started to see the real advantages of being able to leverage a relatively modest amount of city investment for what could be something really substantial in terms of providing low and moderate income housing in ways that, you know, previously we just haven't been able to finance, not at scale. So I appreciate that, and thank you, Councilmember Depp, as well, for originally supporting this initiative. All right, let's vote on Councilmember Esparza's motion.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Aye.
Yep,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye. I neglected to cover the entire item 3.9 because Councilor Perales recused himself as to, I think, the health trust, if I'm not mistaken. And so that is still left dangling. Can we go back to item 3.9, recall that, and make a motion to cover all those contracts?
Move approval.
Second.
All right. I don't see any hands raised, so let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales, oh, sorry, Yep,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye. All right, 3.11 is the fee cap on food delivery services. There is no presentation on this. I want to thank Councilor Depp for raising this issue many months ago when many of our restaurants were suffering during an earlier wave of outbreak of the infection, and were relegated to simply delivery and pickup. And now we're back in that situation again. Appreciate the Obviously, this is an issue we have to grapple with given the strait that so many of our small restaurants are in. So let's go to the public, and then we'll come back to the council. Again, this is on item 311, the fee cap on food delivery services. Nate LeBlanc.
Thank you, Mayor. Hello, City Council. Thank you for taking public comment on this important issue. My name is Nate LeBlanc. I'm the Business Development Manager for the San Jose Downtown Association. And I feel like we've discussed this many times, particularly at Rules. I'm really happy to see it here before the full council. Just kind of as a caveat before we dive into the main points, I just want to point out that the San Jose Downtown Association doesn't often take positions on kind of business to business or enterprise pricing issues. This is somewhat unprecedented for us, and we feel that it's necessary for us to weigh in at this point on behalf of our small businesses, in particular our restaurants. It was after an immense amount of internal discussion, but we feel that it's the right thing to do in this case. With the current stay-at-home order, restaurant sales are plummeting. I spoke to a prominent restaurateur in downtown San Jose last week, and he told me he had $100 day, and he gave 40 of it away to his staff in tips. So he really had a $60 day, and that's frankly just not going to cut it. So with few people coming out into public to pick up food, delivery remains the main option. The third-party app delivery fee services, if we could just get those rates in line and capped at 15 to 18%, I think it would really help these restaurants get through this long winter. I'd like to urge you to accept this memo and to enact this motion as soon as humanly possible to set the rates at 15 to 18% and give people a fighting chance to get through this extremely difficult time. And I thank everyone for their work on this issue, staff, and in particular, Councilmember Dieppe and the mayor for bringing forward this version of the memo that I believe we can get a lot of people to agree on and actually get something passed today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nate. Ryan Summers. Ryan, you appear to be muted right now, so we're not able to hear you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Ryan Summers here from Good Karma and Pizza Flora downtown. This memo and fee cap would be a huge help right now. Restaurants are hemorrhaging money without indoor and now outdoor seating. We're seeing doors closing permanently every day. Downtown small businesses feel abandoned during this crisis, but this bit of advocacy is certainly a positive step towards sustaining the downtown economy, and which is honestly on its last leg. We really appreciate your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you. Yannicka?
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mayor and Council members. I'm speaking in support of the temporary, and I'm stressing temporary city ordinance that's up for a vote for a 15% delivery fee cap. I have independently owned a small pizzeria at St. Peter's Square Market, San Jose for 9 years, and this obviously has been our toughest years ever due to the significant drop in revenue. The al fresco program has been halted, and whatever revenue is left has been primarily earned through third-party delivery services. And according to a small quote here, Business Insider article in March 2020, half of small businesses only have a large enough cash buffer to allow them to stay in business for 27 days if they stopped bringing in money, and labor-intensive industries even have less of a buffer, with restaurants only having 16 buffer days on median. So this is where the urgency ordinance comes in, if approved today. My colleague at the other pizza shop already mentioned that we are on our last leg, and a 15% cap will be a lifeline to help us through this tough winter and into the end of the pandemic, hopefully in the summertime. And I'm hoping that, this will be approved so we can make it through. Thank you.
Thank you. Priscilla Cunha Mena.
Hi, my name is Priscilla Cunha Mena. I'm a program manager at Working Partnerships USA, and I'm here to speak in support of the proposal to extend a fee cap on third-party food delivery apps. It's so important, as we've heard this evening to ensure that small businesses and consumers are protected from price gouging during this incredibly difficult time. And we know that local restaurants are relying more and more with increasingly restrictive orders on these apps to reach customers during COVID, and government must play a role to ensure that large corporations like DoorDash and Grubhub are treating at-risk community institutions with fairness. And we also really appreciate how this proposal protects the interests of delivery workers, including assurances that workers are paid tips in full. And I'd just like to point out one last thing, which is that neighboring cities and counties across the state, including San Francisco, Oakland, and LA, have all taken this step, and it's definitely time that San Jose follows suit. Thank you so much.
Thank you. A person with the caption Zoom user. Welcome. Zoom user, your device
Yes,
is still
hello.
muted. There you go.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, City Council member. My name is Toy, and I'm a new member on the San Jose Downtown Association Board, as well as a new business owner in downtown San Jose. At the Good Spot is a new restaurant and lounge concept launching in about a month or two. If you were to ask me at any other time, I would tell you that our industry would make it. We've always been optimistic and weathering a lot of recession and headwinds and downturns in the past. But this time is different. This virus seems to be almost too perfectly designed to devastate and ravage this industry. And growing up in this, working from from dishwasher all the way up to senior executive level, having launched a couple concepts myself and now starting my own restaurant, I can tell you things are desperate. We need this help at a time when there's not much help coming from the federal government. This is a lifeline to make it through winter. And if there's any concerns about voting for this, I would say DoorDash and all these big companies will have their wealthy investors financing their aggressive business models for years to come. But without this lifeline, the people who are building this community, who are going to be at the front line to see it reopen again, and bring back a sense of normalcy to all the people around us, they're going to need help, and this vote would help extend that help for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Blair Beekman.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for this item. I guess this item can be a testament to good local government mediation. And so thank you for the efforts of city government in this difficult time to try to mediate for both sides. And yeah, it's and thank you, for both sides, for all sides, coming to good agreements and wanting to work together. It's been a really important lesson to myself at this time in my life, and I'll always I will hold it as very important to myself as how things develop as a local community. So thank you, and thanks for your efforts.
Thank you. Jennifer Echeverria.
Thank you, Mayor Liccardo, Vice Mayor Jones, and the council. I'll try not to get too emotional this time, like last week. I wanted to comment on Councilman Camus. He had mentioned last week and how he supports a free market. I do too, but at the time that we signed up with DoorDash, Uber Eats, etc., delivery only accounted for about 15 to 20% of our sales. With all these shutdowns, our delivery sales have shifted to 99% at 30% rates. We can't pay our bills. I'm asking this council to help us mom and pop shops during this pandemic. I feel that 15% cap is doable and still profitable for these delivery platforms. We want to stay in business. I have friends who haven't made it, and it's scary. I know that we are very vested in our community, as we've been around over 19 years, and we're down at the sofa market where we really rely on the convention center, the arts, live music. We depend on all that. And now with the shutdowns, these platforms are killing us. So I'm just asking for your help during this pandemic. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Jennifer. All right, coming back now to the council, I want to thank Jennifer and Yannicka and all of the small, oh, I'm sorry, Catherine Hedges, just got your hand up there. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Liccardo and the council. I just want to say that I agree with the other small business owners, the restaurant owners. The 30% commission from DoorDash and the other delivery services are just unsustainable for them. And as one of the speakers said, these disruptive industries, they'll always have angel investors and VCs to carry them through the hard times. The small restaurants don't. And especially restaurants owned by people of color, immigrants, our Black community, the Asian community, they're not going to have the kind of financial resources to weather the pandemic, depending on takeout, if they're having to pay 30% to DoorDash, Uber Eats, and all these places. So I hope we can join the other cities that have put a cap on those commissions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Adolfo Gomez, welcome, Adolfo.
How you doing, Mayor? Vice Mayor, Council. Hope everybody's doing well. Hope everybody's healthy and safe, because that's all we're hoping for right now. Helping small businesses, helping delivery services, then that's the only thing really we can do now. Putting a cap will help. Anything, any little things will help for the businesses like us. Then we're just trying to survive. Reality is we're not going to be able to survive in delivery services, especially my position. We just start doing DoorDash and all those delivery services. And we know, and I think Ryan is in the call too, then we're not going to have restaurants open if we continue with this for a long time. A lot of our restaurants, they're in the verge. Then if they don't make it into the middle of January, I don't think a lot of us, we're not going to make it after that. So it's very scary, but like I said, anything helps. Pizza places, burger places, a little more like a fast food. I think they really need this help. Of course, we need it too. Even our sales right now, we're talking about $100 a day. Everybody's in $100 a day. That doesn't pay not even 1 hour of our operation. But anything you guys can do as a council group, as a vice mayor and mayors, and any other items that come up in your calendars, I think now is the time that we really, really need that push. San Jose downtown always needs help, but right now is the moment that, we need to be creative to be ready when everything goes back to kind of normal. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Adolfo. All right, we'll come back then to the council, and I wanted to again thank Adolfo and Jennifer and Yannick and all the small business owners, the restaurateurs who are really hanging on by a thread right now. And just by keeping people employed and being able to pay a paycheck, they're doing a great service right now to a city that desperately needs to keep folks on board. So we're all going to try to pull through this together. I think as the governor said yesterday, we can see the light at the end of the tunnel, but we're still in this tunnel. I want to thank Yannicka in particular, who pressed really hard for this and really helped with a lot of organizing of other small business owners. And even several months ago, when I was probably less receptive to this idea, Ryan from Good Karma, a lot of small business owners, restaurant owners who've been here in our downtown and throughout our city. I know they speak for a lot of folks throughout the city. I want to thank Nate LeBlanc and the Downtown Association staff and for their push as well, and for getting directly involved in support of their restaurants. And I want to really thank Joel Devalcourt on our team, Mayor's office. I think Kelly Klein may have had her hand in this as well, for his hard work in trying to fashion something that we could get past that would be both effective in protecting our restaurants, as well as making sure we don't kill the goose. And by that, I mean, what we've seen in other cities that have had very rigid fee restrictions is delivery stops. If it doesn't stop altogether, it stops to parts of town, which means if you're in Alviso or Evergreen, you don't get the delivery, which is a lot of business that's lost. And it's obviously far less than optimal. And so we want to make sure we keep delivery going because this is right now the only lifeline to our restaurants. This is the only way they can get food to folks other than pickup. And this is a large share of whatever revenue they may get. And so it is important that we find a balance. I know it's often easy to demonize those who are doing very well right now. And let's face it, we know some of the delivery services are doing well. I believe DoorDash just had their IPO, and Uber Eats and Grubhub, but those are groups that have been working collaboratively with us. I want to thank in particular Maria over at DoorDash, and Tony Xu, who, when I reached out a few weeks ago and saw this latest order coming from the county that was really going to shut all the restaurants down, I just said, look, I think we need to take another look at this. Let's find a way we can get to yes. And I think with Maria's help and with Maria's help, and with Joel's hard work, I think we're getting there. And again, thank you to Councilmember Diep for your prescience and seeing this issue coming months ago. Councilmember Perales?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And I echo that. Thanks to Councilmember Diep, I was actually looking forward to working with him on something over the summer. And unfortunately, this did not make it to the council at that time. It came up as a robust item of interest for community members, small business owners through our Greater Downtown Economic Recovery Task Force. And as you all know, and approved last week, this was one of the many items. Background, somebody. Thank you. It was one of the many items, and you just heard from a number of small business owners in the downtown core. And Mayor, I think that point in regards to obviously other businesses that we're talking about here, the delivery services, one of the things that came to my attention through these discussions over the last several months was how in normal times, it's not a large percentage or nowhere near a majority of percentage of business that these small businesses will do in partnership with DoorDash or Uber Eats or delivery. It's a small enough percentage that even say a 25 or 30% fee or hit to their revenues on those delivery orders might not make a significant enough difference where they would have been clamoring maybe to us to impose a fee or a fee cap. Certainly, I think at any time it would benefit the small businesses, but I think the way that pre-pandemic the model worked, it worked out all right, and businesses were able to do enough internal business for it to not make a big enough difference. Unfortunately, now where we've been, and especially in this second major uptick, and being restricted as we are to just pick up or delivery, we're seeing such a significant amount of business for our restaurants specifically going to these delivery app companies. And when you're getting hit 30% on the revenue, as was pointed out, you saw some of the examples. The business owners themselves are not making it at all. Maybe they're able to pay some staff and keep them employed, but they're taking that big of a hit is not allowing them to succeed. And if we don't make a difference there, then I think we're going to see more of those businesses go out of business, unfortunately. And so I do think there is a happy medium and a place where delivery apps can still generate revenue themselves, and that's where I think that 15% lies. And then I would have signed on to the memo that you and Councilmember Diep had put forward had I not have only had an hour or so to review it. And so I can support that, and I will actually make a motion to approve the memo from the two of you.
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember, and thank you and my apologies that you got it belatedly. We were trying to rush to get it on the agenda before the last meeting. But thank you for that. Councilmember Camus?
Thank you, Mayor. And you know, I think the best thing. I mean, I'm fearful of all restaurants, and I've been at events where we asked the county to allow them to open back up again. I think that's the only way to allow many of these businesses to stay in business, quite frankly, because their model before COVID was, you know, in-house dining, and you know they didn't account for delivery, and now everybody's doing delivery. That being said, delivery is actually a voluntary service. Restaurants get into these to increase their revenue stream, increase their productivity. I realize that they're using them as survival tools at this time, but they are they're a voluntary service. They don't have to use them. Also, customers don't have to use them. They can go and pick up the food from the restaurants that they're you know eating from. So it's a convenience. It's actually a convenience, much like a lot of other things that we have as convenience. But we're saying that we want to regulate this. But if you look at things that convenience-wise, I would think that people would say their cell phones are above a convenience. They're a necessity. But I'm going to say that they're a convenience for the sake of argument. But nobody's telling Apple or Samsung how much to charge or limit their profit margins on their cell phones. So I think it's a slippery slope that we're going down here. I appreciate that this is a temporary situation where this memo is only a temporary situation, and I think it could be really disadvantageous for areas that you know are farther away from Councilmember Peralez's downtown core. You know, if they might have to, you know, every time you regulate something, something else has to go. I mean, does that mean that the Uber Eats and DoorDash don't provide advertising for these restaurants? They don't help them with their websites. I mean, I've seen one of the restaurants that I frequent don't have their own online presence and relied on DoorDash to do it for them. And so there are other services that are provided by these folks that, you know, how could we say that they're not helping? I think they are helping, quite frankly. I may support this. This is not something that I would do I could tell you that regulating private industry, deciding on how much profit they should make, it just, you know, it's bad economic policy. I would never do this in a normal time. And I actually caution people about doing it now. I think it could be a slippery slope. I don't want to see this thing become permanent in the future. The only reason it passes muster is because of this shelter-in-place lockdown that we have had, that I think is actually pretty unfair to outdoor dining as well. You know, I want to hear from a couple other council members before I make my decisions, but I caution that this is a slippery slope. We can't start regulating everything just because we don't agree with their whatever profit margins that they are trying to earn for their business. There's, you know, when are we going to stop? You know, who are we going to regulate next about how much profit they're allowed to make? And I don't know how much profits restaurants make in a normal time. I don't think that they make much. But you know, when Safeway sells alcohol, for example, I used to be a Safeway manager. We used to make a lot of money on alcohol, and believe it or not, we used to make a lot of money on baked goods. But no, you know, we had and our coffee. Coffee was more than 1,000% return on investment because it cost next to nothing to make coffee, and the cup was more expensive than the coffee that was in it. And so when I was doing the books, I couldn't believe how much profit margin there was on coffee. But then again, they're providing other services, not just coffee. And so that's what I'm talking about. There's a bigger business model that we're not really considering here. And you know, once you start regulating something, something else could break. And that's what I want to caution.
Thank you. Councilmember Diep.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to thank you for coming around. I want to thank Councilmember Perales for his additional work with the downtown core, and I believe it was his work that helped reignite this. I like it was mentioned, I tried to bring this months ago, and there wasn't quite the support for it. And I'm in some ways I regret that there is the need for it, because that means that our small business owners are struggling and they're hurting, and they're speaking more loudly now about this than they were months ago. For me, this has always been about a matter of fair play. I respect and agree with a lot of what Councilmember Camus said. We have to allow for a free market, but there's no such thing as a market without some degree of regulation. And it used to be that restaurants could open up themselves up to additional customers through delivery app services. They had the regulars, they had people do takeout, and then they had a whole new group of teenagers or youngsters or whoever who were tech savvy and would order food through an app. Well, now because of the government, frankly, telling folks to stay at home for public health reasons, for the safety of all, the only real way to keep the doors open is to sell food through delivery apps. Of course, you and I, any of us, also have the option of ordering, calling them directly, and going and picking up the food ourselves. But that means we have to get dressed. That means we have to go out into the cold. That means that we have to perhaps expose ourselves to somebody who has COVID. And we can do it. I do that. But a lot of people prefer not to. And so they use the app, and they could still call directly and not use the app. But again, it's so much easier when with one app or two apps, you have basically an entire city's worth of restaurants at your disposal, as opposed to going through a yellow book or finding individual phone numbers. So the reality of the market right now is very much against our small businesses. And so I just wanted to help even the playing field a bit and be mindful of the fact that I won't do exact numbers, but the majority, I would say, of their business is now through delivery apps, and they are the ones who bear the risk of the rent and the staffing and the ingredients and the sweat equity of doing that. And I'm mindful of protecting them and keeping our small business community vibrant, because to the extent that I travel a lot and I go around the country, around the world, and I see something that reminds me of home, that's nice. To go to McDonald's or to have a McRib out in Germany when you can't get in the United States, but it's not fun when you go to Minneapolis and you go, oh, here's the Mall of America, and everything I can get here is something I can get at San Jose. But you have to be in San Jose for LaVix. You have to be in San Jose for certain things. And I'm trying to prop up. I hope this council continues to support the small business so we keep the things that are special about San Jose special for many years to come. So I'll leave it at that. I'll yield. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to echo my thanks to you and Councilmember Diep and Councilmember Perales for working with the downtown businesses and the Economic Recovery Task Force. I think I got that right. Right now, I think our number one issue is health and human safety, but I think the number two theme of 2021 is really going to be economic recovery and how we keep people employed. And I just wanted to say a couple of things is, one, restaurants notoriously operate on very thin margins. And I think we really are going to be asking ourselves a lot in the coming year about what we want our city to look like, right? What does this mean for the mom and pops who are anchors of our community? We just heard from a few of them right now that just called in. We all have restaurants in our districts who are involved in the community, who support Little League, who, are the places where everybody hangs out, or who has the best dishes and whatever. That's the fabric of our community. And it keeps people employed. And it also has an impact on commercial space. And it is one of the things that I do think about is, what does the city actually look like in the year to come? Are these restaurants, who are really important small businesses, how are they going to look in the coming year? Are they going to be able to make it, or not. And if they can't make it, they're going to leave empty spaces in our communities throughout the city. And I don't want that to happen. I don't think any of us do. And I wanted to just point out that I think that this is huge. I'm happy, proud to follow in the footsteps of Santa Clara, Los Angeles, Las Vegas, Berkeley, and Milpitas. And I'm really interested in, as this comes back to us in June, I'm interested in seeing what the economic impacts of this has been. What's the experience of the restaurants having gone through this, of going from paying 30% and higher at a time when DoorDash just saw 268% revenue growth in the third quarter, because restaurants are desperate to stay in business. So I'm proud to support this work. Thank you all for bringing it to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis?
Thank you. Normally, I don't think government should interfere much with markets, especially when they're competitive markets and especially when it comes to price controls. That's part of my worldview and part of my economic training. But I've said this before, and I think we all know these are extraordinary times, and we have to meet that with extraordinary measures. So that's why I supported this idea first when Councilmember Diep brought it to rules last summer, and I'm happy to support this improved version today. I especially appreciate the compromise and the assurance that workers will be protected. As I've said many times before, I'm extremely concerned for our small businesses. They happen to employ a large number of our residents here in our community, and we need to do everything we can to keep our businesses operating safely and to keep people employed. And I also want to point out, Councilmember Diep, we do call directly as well, as often as we can and we've increased the number of our frequency of eating from restaurants, I should say, not eating at restaurants, in our household, and pick up as much as we can and call directly. But we cannot always do that, as you stated, especially as my family learned earlier this month, when you get the note that you may have been exposed to COVID and you all have to go test and you have to isolate until you get your test results. You can't go pick up your food. You have to have it delivered if you want to keep patronizing the restaurants that you've been trying to keep in business this whole time. So happily, we all had negative test results, but it did put a fine point on this item for me, that we cannot all just call directly, as Councilmember Depp pointed out, and go pick up our food. There are some real limitations there, and there are mobility limitations for others. So that's why I'm very happy that this came finally to the full council, and that it looks like it will pass today.
Thank you. Councilmember Carrasco?
Thank you. Well, I want to thank the Councilmember Diep for bringing this up to the council. I'm so grateful to our small business owners for doing everything that they can to really keep their doors open, especially our restaurant owners and those that called in. I'm very grateful for what you've done to contribute to the city of San Jose. I see all of the energy and effort and the spirit in which you're doing it, especially in my district. I've seen it, but I see it throughout the whole city. And I've never been more grateful than now. What you do in terms of keeping people employed, every person that you keep employed is working so hard to keep a roof over their family's head and to feed them. And the owners of these restaurants are there are unsung heroes, because I see how they really are vested in their employees as well. And I'm very grateful for it. And that's why I'm going to be supporting this memo. actually, I thought I was on the memo, to be quite honest with you. We were working with the mayor's staff on Friday. I don't know how we didn't get on it, but it makes no difference. We're very grateful that this is happening. You know, I, like Councilmember Davis and so many of all of you, have started eating more out, have started eating out more than ever. You know, I have to admit, you know, it's a fine balance, because I have three children, three teenagers. They don't want me to call them children anymore. But you know, three teenagers who I'm just going to venture to say they love my cooking, haha. But they really enjoy eating out, and I always try and find a balance. With COVID, with the pandemic, ironically enough, we've been eating out a lot. I order out a lot. A lot of the times it's because I'm trying to figure out how to support our local economy. I've started to tip even more generously than before. And I'm just trying to do everything that I can think of to try and be supportive. And I know that my own efforts is not nearly enough. I'm just trying to do the best that I can. I have had to order through the different delivery systems that we have out there. And when I get that receipt, it's sticker shock. I've had to, you know, put on my sweats and my slippers and go out and get it myself, because it raises that price tag. You know, I rather that extra funding go into someone else's pocket and figure out how to support our local restaurants and be able to tip more generously. It makes a huge difference. And so glad to support this. I just wanted to be able to add that and be able to figure out other creative ways to support our local economy and those who are struggling to keep their doors open. We want to make sure that once this is all over, our folks can continue to keep their doors open and continue to add to the beautiful character that is our neighborhoods, whether it's on Lincoln Avenue, whether it's in Camden, Almaden Valley, whether it's on the east side of San Jose or in the core of San Jose. We love what our small businesses bring to the city of San Jose, and why others come and visit. We love what you do for all of us, and just the attractions, the attraction that you enhance. And so thank you so much for being part of the city.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. And apologies if there was miscommunication on the memo. My understanding is I think we reached out to you after it had already gone through rules. And so I think we had considered changing the memo, but since there was no changes, we stuck with the original one. Councilmember Pearls?
Yeah, I just wanted to finish by putting in the plug that already everybody has said, but to try to order from our local San Jose restaurants. I know as council members, we're doing that often, but for obviously anybody as well that's participating or watching with us, one of the things that we have missed out on all year, which I think potentially has also attributed to maybe some of the growing divide at times as we argue, because all we might do at times is argue, has been we haven't eaten as a council this year together in the back. Well, I guess we did in the beginning of the year. But and now, although that's had, I think, its impacts on us and some of the relationships, because I think when you break bread, it just it builds a little bit of a relationship. We've also impacted the small businesses that we used to support in and around City Hall. And just last night, my wife and I happened to be driving around the north side area looking at lights with our son, and we went by Thai Chili Express, which is right there down from City Hall. And I had a conversation with the business owner there, and tremendous spot, Vietnamese owned Thai place, because the woman worked in a Thai restaurant for 15 or 20 years cooking, and then now opened up her own. And she's just been devastated, as we can all imagine. Her business was driven by City Hall employees with long lines out the door during lunch, and San Jose State students. And so these businesses, right, are just struggling. They're super happy to see people when if you're picking up your food or you do your order. I think this vote that we're going to take now is going to tremendously be able to help those businesses hopefully just stay afloat. And I know I will feel that much better now when I also am in my slippers, my sweats, and don't necessarily get out of the house. I want to use Uber or DoorDash. And so again, thank you all, and certainly please keep it front of mind to support all your local San Jose businesses.
That's a good reminder. Thank you. And thank you, Councilor Frost, for your push on this. I just
And
wanted
tip.
to, yes, and tip, right. Want to just add that I know there's been a lot of concern about, whether this is temporary or permanent. Of course, it's temporary that we're voting on. And, I'm very clear about my own position, which is I would not support a permanent cap. I do believe there are markets at work here, usually that do work. In this case, they're not, because we got a pandemic. So appreciate the points that have been raised by several of my colleagues about what the implications could be if we did this long term. I also think that, what is different about this than before is the ability for restaurants, if they are in far-flung spots, to be able to negotiate deals that may exceed the 15% cap if they know they're not going to get served otherwise. I think that's important to provide that flexibility. Okay, I think it's all been said. So we can now vote on the motion.
Jimenez, Peralez,
Aye.
Dip,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Going back to Jimenez.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, we're on item 4.1, which is update on fine amounts for illegal fireworks. I'll note that it's now 5:17. Why don't we do this? Why don't we take this item? It should wrap up by 5:30 or so, and then we'll take an hour break and come back at 6:30 to resume the rest of our calendar, including our farewell to our two colleagues. So item 4.1, update on fine amounts for illegal fireworks, and I believe there is a presentation.
What time, Mayor?
I was thinking the break would go from 5:30 to 6:30. Does that make sense? If anybody's got other obligations, let me know. We'll work
That
on it.
helps because I need to order from DoorDash.
Include a tip. All right, welcome, Chief.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, and I will get started here. All right. Wrong screen. Sorry about that. Screen 2. All right, can you see the slide?
Yes, we can, Hector. We can.
Okay, great, thank you. So my name is Hector Estrada. I'm Deputy Chief with in Fire Prevention with the Fire Department, and with me supporting for questions afterwards will be Rachel Roberts, Deputy Director of Code Enforcement, Deputy Chief Anthony Mata with the Police Department, and Jerry Drisson, the Assistant CIO and CTO. With that, I'd like to thank the Mayor and the City Council for this opportunity to present the findings from our survey of fine amounts for illegal fireworks. On October 27th of this year, the Council received a presentation from the group and accepted the Fireworks Ordinance Work Plan Status Update. And in that, we reviewed the program components and provided details on the challenges met in 2020 and highlighting a strategy for targeting outreach through multimedia and collaboration with partner organizations. The results were an increase of reports taken in from the online tool, increase in the number of actionable reports received, and greater outreach in multiple languages. Unfortunately, there was also a marked increase in the use of illegal fireworks, prompting additional council direction. Along with additional items added to the fireworks ordinance work plan, staff was directed to perform a comparative analysis of fines related to illegal fireworks across the Bay Area and return to council with recommendations for increased fine amounts that will more effectively deter illegal fireworks use before the 2021 New Year's celebrations. Our staff reviewed fines imposed for firework violations across multiple jurisdictions, including 11 cities nationally, 14 cities in California, 7 of which were in the Bay Area. We also wanted to target larger cities, so 21 of those had a population of over 200,000. 88% and so our findings were that 88% had some type of fine, either having a fixed fine amount or a fixed range. For a first violation, a person could expect to have a fine resulting in a range between $10 and $2,000. However, most first violations carried a risk of being fined $500 or less. Either fixed amounts that increased or a range allowing for increased fines was common. Of the survey's jurisdictions, 44% cited the possibility of jail time in addition to a fine. In summary, the information gathered indicates that San Jose is similar to other jurisdictions within the Bay Area, both in fine amounts and the possibility of progressively higher fines with subsequent violations. The survey also found that greater fine amounts do exist within California, for example, of 1,000, 2,000, and 3,000, progressively increasing with additional violations was found in California. So if you take a look at this table, which includes the comparison cities within the Bay Area, the range of fines possible in San Jose maxes out at $1,000, which is similar to other jurisdictions within the Bay Area. Closest comparisons are Fremont and Oakland, which range, well, they also have larger populations, so over 200,000. One thing to notice is that the jail time that's listed as a potential outcome for illegal fireworks is pretty similar to that we find nationally. While San Jose's current fines are comparable to neighboring Bay Area cities, an increase in fine amounts could provide a more effective deterrent for the use of illegal fireworks. The recommendation is that council adopt a resolution amending the administrative citation schedule of fines for violations of San Jose Municipal Code to increase fine amounts for first, second, third, and subsequent violations pertaining to the unlawful sale, storage, use, or discharge of fireworks. The council approval will result in the repeal of resolution number 79332, adopted on December 3rd of 2019, and the replacement resolution will increase fines as indicated in this table. You can see the current administrative citations at $500, rising to $1,000 for a second violation within 18 months, $700 to $2,000, and a third or subsequent violation in 18 months, 1,000 is increasing to 3,000. And the comparison, that summarizes the comparison. We're ready to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Chief. We'll go to the public first. And as I look at the list of public attendees, I see Nora Freeman's name out there, so we may want to pull her back in. Blair Beekman.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. I have to find my little speech here. There we go, just about ready here. And drum roll, please. Here we go. From the Beautify San Jose study session from Friday, December 4, 2020, the efforts of the new fireworks ordinance may eventually use more surveillance tech and a process of more fines. I hope this fireworks ordinance does not move into homelessness and trash issues or into other city government projects at this time. Dumpster days can be a way for all parts of the neighborhood and community to connect and get to know each other better. And I mentioned a few times now, in this age of COVID-19, a city app can possibly be created for better communication between local neighborhood folks with homes and their neighbors who may be houseless. A good communication and its good connections is important, and that we can work on these sorts of issues as local neighborhood issues. And, it's the idea of communication and just, good communicating. How do we practice that even in this time of COVID? That I know the police department for many years knows how to do these good communication practices, and it's just a matter of coordinating that with city government under this new ordinance. I don't think you maybe have to push the fines and the surveillance technology too strongly. It's my hope you could do that. And just to give I guess it's called a shout out and a hope for Officer Anthony Mata. I hope, as I've always tried to say, he can make a good police chief for the future of San Jose. And if nothing else, is the idea of how to look for a police chief for San Jose. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, back to the council. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one question, and it's about, assuming this passes today, will the new fine schedule be in effect for a New Year's, like New Year's Eve, New Year's Day?
So as I understand it, that they would be in effect. What happens is the table for the actual fines specific to first, second, and third violations, it will repeal the existing table and then have a substitution table that takes its place. So by the time we start going through the violations, my expectation would be that they would be in place. But if council opinion or council has a clarification on that, I would.
I would be very happy with that. It was a very difficult Independence Day holiday for I think many of our neighborhoods, and my office got many calls and emails about the level of illegal fireworks, and I was very glad to see this on our agenda for the last meeting of the year in hopes that it would take effect before New Year's Eve. So I'm glad to hear that, and I'm happy to make the motion. But now, as you were talking, I had one more question then. If it's going to be in effect, do we have any kind of public service announcements planned to inform the public that, hey, these fines went up, it's, fireworks are illegal and it's a bigger deal now?
We would be updating any of our web content, and then also we have our outreach, our typical outreach in our planning stage right now. We're going to release that. So depending on what the outcome is, all of the new information will come out.
Okay, great. And I hope that you'll loop the council offices in on that, so we can push that out on all of our social media and any of our newsletters that are going out between now and then. And I'm happy to move staff recommendation.
Second.
Sorry, motion from Councilmember Davis. Councilmember Camus.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, I'm supportive of increasing the fines. I just, last year, what did we bring in as far as fines? I thought it was kind of a low number. Off the top of my head, I can't remember. Do you remember how many fines?
Rachel, do you have that number? I think it was 4, 5. I'm not sure.
So if it's 4 or 5, I think the 5 is what I recall. What are we going to do to actually step up enforcement? I think that the fines are, I'm glad that the fines are going up, but as long as we're not enforcing it, doesn't matter what the fines are, so is there a plan to step up enforcement?
So as far as typical enforcement, we are looking at trying to process the reports in a way that we can get a greater number and trying to improve the amount or the quality of the information that's coming into the reporting tool. I would defer to Chief Mata for an enforcement component from PD, and then Rachel for anything that would include code enforcement.
Yes, thank you, Hector, and good evening, Mayor and Council. Deputy Chief Mata here with the Police Department. As has been reported out in prior presentations on this issue, holidays, like every other holiday, is a very busy time for us. So we have to balance our staffing on those days, and given our current staffing levels and any procedures for honoring time off for our employees, spend time with their families, we have to balance that staffing for those holidays. So we will continue to do the best we can to address these calls, given our resources, and use whatever tools that we have available, including this new citation ordinance.
Just to add, this is Rachel Roberts with Code Enforcement. We still have on our to-do list or work plan the items that were raised by council at our last report, which does involve some steps to improve enforcement. So we are going to continue to be working on that as a group. And then Code Enforcement will be available for the reporting period, which is expected to run between December 19th and February 14th, to take reports from the community on any fireworks that we can review, and then hopefully be able to issue warning notices or citations.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate that. We do need to improve the enforcement process. Otherwise, we can raise the fine all we want. It's just, if people can't see that somebody got punished, they're going to commit. And that last 4th of July was a war zone. And I also hope to get back to some legal fireworks. I hope that we could fund the legal fireworks displays downtown and things, so that people won't feel the need to commit these acts. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pross.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And I agree with Councilmember Davis. I'm happy that these fines will be increased before New Year's. I think this year's 4th of July was one of the worst, and maybe it's because of the pandemic. I don't know, but we'll see what happens for the new year. And I think I also agree with Councilmember Camus. We'd like to see the number of people being fined actually go up, and we've had conversations about that at length. But in the meantime, if the number still stays fairly low, in my mind, then at least the fine dollar amount goes up. So even if you have just a few people getting fined, if that dollar amount is significantly high, I think then we can send a message. And certainly we've talked about that as well, that we can maybe get that messaging out to community members to deter them from using illegal fireworks, because this fine is going up. So I appreciate this work. I'm hopeful for it to show more success in our online reporting tool, to show more success this coming year.
Thank you. Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you. I'll be quick. I just wanted to echo my colleagues. I actually see this similar to the sideshow ordinance, where we can get word out about the fines going up, and we can all do our part to share that and hope that it acts as a deterrent. But I agree with Councilmembers Davis and Camus and Perales that if the numbers go down, then the fines should go up. There's just no fear. There's no fear or worry out in the community. This summer was off. It was crazy. It was just, and I do believe it was because of the pandemic. I think people were cooped up at home. Between street racing and the fireworks, it was a really hectic summer. So I know that we have a lot on our plate, and I would like to see a deterrent, have a whole communication strategy around that and see if we can get the word out. And once we find some folks that, we can let people know that we are finding people. But I know this is frustrating for everybody concerned. Thanks.
Thank you. I share many of the same sentiments. I appreciate the effort here, but I don't think increasing fines is going to deter many folks at all. I do think our ability both to communicate a message that people are getting caught and to actually get people caught will be the difference. And I think it's really important that I know we're going to be considering soon upgrades to the 311 app if we have the resources. I know that they're working on one upgrade now. And I think that's going to be very important for us to be able to make it easier for people to report. And to the extent we're able to communicate well with our community about what they need to report and how specifically they need to report particular activity, it's going to make all the difference in our ability to actually issue citations and warnings. And I'd like to believe that's going to be the path for us to get there, because I know we're never going to have all the police officers. I think even if we were staffed as highly as New York City, I don't think we'd have enough police officers out there to go catch a bunch of kids lighting off fireworks. I think we just need to be able to rely on the eyes and ears of our community. So I'm hopeful that in the months ahead, we're going to have some breakthroughs around communication and really facilitating the use of reporting and the reporting tool. Okay, any other questions or comments? All right, let's vote.
Jimenez? Jimenez?
Yes.
Morales?
Aye.
Yep.
Aye.
Roscoe?
Aye.
Davis?
Aye.
Esparza?
Yes.
Foley?
Aye.
Kemmis?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Ricardo?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, everybody. Why don't we return at 6:30? Thanks, everybody.